This is the second year that Butt Fumble Sports will be watching the draft right along with you guys on TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, and Kick, reacting to every trade, every selection, every projection, every anticipation that a fan could possibly have for the 2024 NFL season. We are so excited to be with you this evening. To all the loyal Butt Fumblers out there that are joining us, great to have you with us. If you're new to Butt Fumble Sports, we are a sports content company created by a sports fan for you real sports fans at home who love to just rant about sports, sports betting, fantasy sports, and just soak up as much sports entertainment every single evening. Welcome into our show. We are going to be live for the entire first round of the draft. We have our own little watch party going. I got my drinks, I got my fruit snacks, I got my energy bars, I got everything loaded up. I don't care who's watching, what platform you're on, where you are, whatever team you're rooting for, whatever you want the outcome to be, we will be watching right along with you for the next 3-4 hours as the NFL draft graduates collegiate greatness into NFL freshmen and NFL rookies once again. Great to have you guys with us. Do the Broncos trade up? They're one team that's certainly talking about it. They might have a little bit more room to move now that Zach Wilson's in the quarterback room. Don't be surprised if they end up taking Bo Nix or Spencer Rattler either late in the first round or with Spencer Rattler in the second or third round. If you have a question or comment, just like our viewer did over on TikTok, feel free to write them in the comment section because that's what we're going to be doing all night long. We're just going to be talking NFL. We're going to be talking draft. During commercial breaks, while teams are making their selection, we'll keep our eye on the NFL and NHL playoffs. But tonight's show is to just watch the NFL draft together. I've got ESPN and ABC on. There are going to be times we'll turn on the audio and let them announce certain picks, or because I want to hear it firsthand myself. So if you're watching along with us, you may hear that from time to time. But on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick, we're also going to put up each pick so you guys can follow along with us. We'll react to all of the picks that come through. It's just a watch party for all of you fans at home. I know there are a lot of channels out there. I'm certainly not trying to compete with Pat McAfee having Bill Belichick on, but that said, we're just a bunch of fans over on this side of things here at Butt Fumble Sports. We will be talking about sports betting implications as well as fantasy implications as well as certain players are selected, like Caleb Williams. What does that mean for a Cole Kmet? What does that mean for a Keenan Allen and a DJ Moore? A DeAndre Swift. We're going to talk about these things throughout the course of the draft with people like Stumpy Rules, a loyal Butt Fumbler from the NFL draft season. Justin Herbert to the Vikings. Is that going to happen? We'll keep our eye on all the Twitter rumors as well, the X rumors that are out there. I know this is going to be a time of high draft rumors, high speculation, so we'll try to erase the fiction and make sure there's a lot of fact in what we're putting out here tonight. But we're going to be talking NFL draft throughout the evening. So what do you guys care about? What teams are you thinking about? I'm going to pose a couple of questions to all of our viewers out there throughout the show because I'm curious to know what your takes are. First things first, give me one player in the comment section that you think is going to be a successful draft pick from this class. Give me a Hall of Famer. What's one player you think is going to be a Hall of Famer from this class tonight? Give me one Hall of Famer from a player who's going to hear. We're going to hear their name selected tonight. Boss is going Rome Odunze. Okay, interesting. Marvin Harrison Jr. says Christoph. Who do you think is going to be an NFL Hall of Famer from this first draft class? Stumpy Rules. Appreciate you watching the show as we go through the NFL draft. We'll try to keep you entertained and hopefully tell you a lot about what's going on. But I'd love to hear from all those that are watching the show right now on TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. Give me one player you think is going to be a Hall of Famer from this draft class. Stumpy Rules doesn't think it's going to be Caleb Williams. A lot of people believe in Joe Alt. Are there any defensive players that could be a sneaky good pick? I also want to kind of call attention to that. You guys may remember a historically well-known draft class was the 1983 class that featured Elway, that featured Jim Kelly, Dan Marino. It also featured a few other Hall of Famers in there like Dickerson and Darnell Green, some other players that went on to Canton. Who is going to be ultimately going to the NFL Hall of Fame, Pro Football Hall of Fame from this NFL draft class? Are you streaming the NFL draft? I won't stream it live on here. I'm just going to do a watch party along with you. So I'm going to be watching the draft and reacting and just having people come on the show. If you guys want to join me and actually make comments, feel free. I love having guests on the show. If you guys want to talk about your team, how you think the draft's going to go down, would love to have that. That's over on TikTok. If you're watching on YouTube, Twitch, or Kick, like you're seeing up on the screen, we're just going to keep track of the picks all draft night long, and that way we can have a lot of fun just kind of speculating as to what this night means for all the teams in the NFL, and again, for some of us fantasy owners, what it means for our teams as well. Best QB in the draft might be Bo Nix. I don't think so. I think if Bo Nix were a little bit better, we would know by now. That said, he does have some Drew Brees-like qualities. So if you told me he had a Drew Brees-like career, I think that would be a wonderful thing for him. But ultimately, I don't think he's someone who can be the best quarterback in the NFL. Number one pizza. What's good, dude? What do you want to talk about, ma'am?
How are you?
What's happening?
Very good, thank you.
You watching the NFL draft?
Sometimes.
Sometimes? Gotcha. What do you want to talk about? No, I'm good, dude. No thanks.
No problem. I am living in the North Atlantic Ocean.
I got you.
Have you been here, Fire Island?
No, I've never been there.
Okay, my friend.
Okay, gotcha, man. Okay, yeah. Whoops. I thought we were gonna get an NFL draft conversation. Instead, we're getting conversation about Fire Island. No, we're good, dude. We're talking NFL draft on this side of things. This guy doesn't know what he jumped into over here. I thought we were gonna take a call from someone who wanted to talk NFL draft. Meanwhile, someone who wants to do a TikTok battle. No, I don't want to raise money through TikTok right now. I want to talk football, okay? We have been missing this game, this amazing game where grown men run headfirst into each other at full speed for months now, and I cannot wait until we can actually get back to it later this fall. But until then, we can only build out rosters. We can only have a lot of fun dreaming up what these teams can ultimately be. We think we know where the first few picks are going to go. Bears, Commanders, Patriots. Feels like it's starting to get locked in a little bit. Commanders appear to be narrowing in, obviously, on Caleb Williams. Commanders on Jaden Daniels. It really sounds like the Patriots are going to take Drake May, according to all the conversation out there in the stratosphere of the sports media world. With that said, Cardinals are the pivot point. Do the Cardinals trade out? Do the Cardinals take Marvin Harrison Jr.? Do they take J.C. Latham, the right tackle from Alabama? Do they take Joe Alt? That is where I think we're going to find our first shock moment. And I was asked earlier tonight by a friend of ours, Butt Fumble Sports, what do I love about the NFL draft? And I said, it is just like March Madness. I love the moment where there's an upset on that first day. And it just reminds you of why you love sports. I love the NFL draft because I love the shock moment. When there is a pick, there is a trade that isn't like anything we predicted in the weeks and months prior to that. I am so excited for this. I hope you are as well. How are we doing? We are doing incredibly well. Thanks for the shout out over on Twitch. If you guys have a question or a comment or a topic you want to talk about, Tony Evans, Carolina, will they trade into round one? If so, would they have, what would they have to offer and to who? I think they could trade into the very final 10 picks of the first round to try to lock in a good offensive lineman. That said, they could wait until the second round. But I do think Carolina needs to address their offensive line even more. They could obviously use a number of other players, but they need to protect Bryce Young at all costs. So I do think there's a chance of that. Pat Sox, is it true that Jaden said he wouldn't want to play for Washington? I think that there are a number of things that are said that then are immediately taken back because a player recognizes that their fate is in the hands of other people and that they need to play along with the business of sports and the business of the NFL. And I think a lot of these young men get wise to that very quickly. An example of that, Caleb Williams said that he wanted equity from the team he was drafted to. That's not how this works, young man. I know you may have think that you were the king of USC and that you could get away with a lot of stuff there because you were the starting quarterback and the star player. That is simply not the case now. So with that said, I feel like some of these guys wise up very quickly. In the same way that some people go to college, you go to your first job and you ultimately go, wow, I didn't get the title or the salary or the benefits that I expected. That's how it goes for players going into the NFL draft. I think Jaden Daniels probably figured out very quickly. He's going to go to Washington if they'll allow him to. He's going to make millions of dollars. He's going to become the face of a franchise. I think he was talked out of that issue. Can you give us your top 10? Well, that's an interesting question. What are my top 10? My top 10 based on who do I think is going to go where, or who I think the best players are. Right now, if I had a top 10, I think Bears go based on who do I think goes where. I think Bears go with Caleb Williams, Commanders go with Daniels, and Patriots go with Drake May. For me, if I were the Cardinals, I would trade back, but I expect the Cardinals to actually stay put. I would not be surprised if they actually just draft Marvin Harrison Jr. I think the Chargers are either going to go Latham or Alt. I think it's going to be Latham because they have Slater as their left tackle. I think that probably makes a little bit more sense there. Giants are the interesting one for me. I think Giants are going to kind of surprise everybody by actually going with the best player, which is Neighbors. I think Neighbors, the wide receiver, is by far the best player in that selection, Malik Neighbors. That's what I think they should do at that spot at number 6. Titans then would draft the remaining offensive linemen from Latham and Alt, who's not taken by the Chargers. I expect that to be Joe Alt. I think they need to find additional protection on the offensive line for Will Levis. Then you have the Falcons, and I think the Falcons are the team that, again, are in that they could trade back. They could acquire more draft capital if there's a team that wanted to move up and try and get to that J.J. McCarthy range. But I could see J.J. McCarthy falling a little bit beyond. If 4 and 5 don't move, I could see him falling to there. At 8, where do the Falcons go from there? It's probably, it's tough for me because I want to say Adunze actually at number 8, and then the Bears are at an interesting spot because where do they go from it? I actually think you could get your first defensive player around this area. But to me, it's all about the quarterbacks, and we all talk about this, and pretty soon, we're going to find out for real. What about the Giants, Randall? As I just spoke a moment ago, I think the Giants are in a really interesting position. If I were them, I'd get a legitimate number 1 wide receiver. There are 3 number 1 wide receivers at the top of this draft board, and I think that's what they should do. Local word is Cowboys will trade back. I think that makes a lot of sense, but at the same time, there are a lot of offensive tackles in this draft. And I think it would make a lot of sense for them to try to get an offensive tackle. Now, I could see the Cowboys trading back with a team like the Patriots who maybe want to get back into the first round, or a team like Carolina that wants to get back into the first round after not being in it. But that said, the Cowboys are going to want to make sure there's still an offensive tackle on the board for them. Pat Sox, Caleb, Drake, MHJ because there's no chance that's going to happen. I cannot see Jaden Daniels falling outside of that. We were right about the Miami Heat. We talked about that last night. Yeah, unfortunately for a lot of Celtic fans out there. Caleb Williams, Drake May, Marvin Harrison Jr., best 3 players in the draft. What's interesting is I actually think the 3 best players in the draft, the ones that if you asked me right now, who do I think could end up in Canton in 20 years, I would say Marvin Harrison Jr., I would say Brock Bowers, and I would say Joe Alt. I actually think those are 3 players that you can lock in Pro Bowl selections in their future. I think Malik Neighbors is probably number 4 on that, with Rome Adunze in that number 5 spot. But I actually don't know of the quarterbacks. I'm curious to know if Caleb Williams is going to live up to all this hype. I think there is a lot about his game that is spectacular, And I'm also curious if at some point we're just going to find that he is just too interception prone, just too mistake prone. I think we take for granted the fact that Patrick Mahomes has really dialed in the precision of his game. So, Pluex, thank you so much for supporting the show like you do. Great to be able to talk some sports with you guys tonight. El Pinche, in the past 5 years, at least one linebacker has been going in the first round. I think Packers select Copper with the 25th pick. I don't know if we're going to get a linebacker in this draft. That's a perfect example of, I could see us going without a linebacker, an interior linebacker. I think there are a number of edge rushers that could be considered like outside linebackers depending on what's kind of scheme you're calling it. But that said, I definitely have to believe that there's a lot of reason to think linebacker is not a great position, and I think there's going to be a run on certain positions. Quarterback, wide receiver, offensive tackle. I think there's going to be a run on those positions. I think defense, I don't think you're going to hear too many defensive positions called tonight. So I fully expect us to hear a lot of offensive players called off the board. It's not a very good defensive. Frankly, it's not a great draft. It's a good draft. It's not a great draft. I think it's very top heavy with certain positions and certain players. A lot of offensive tackles. That's exactly right. Jack Campbell was supposed to be drafted in the second round. Good point. Very good point. But there were some teams that had their eye on him. I'm not surprised on that one nearly as much as I'm surprised by the fact that you're getting a linebacker in this draft. It would be kind of out of character from what we're seeing. Who is the highest rated predicted draft number for offensive guard? Good question. Let me pull it up for you right now. So Cooper Beebe of Kansas State, Christian Haynes, Zach Zittner of Michigan. Those would be the top three right now. Appreciate you guys being with us for our draft night show. Hope you guys are enjoying your evening. I'm so excited to be with you guys for tonight's NFL draft. Should just be a lot of fun. We're going to mix in some playoff conversation as we have obviously teams on the clock and we have commercial breaks and everything else. But I just wanted to watch the draft, and I love being able to watch it right along with you guys. A.J. Brown just became the highest paid wide receiver. Thank you for the breaking news, guys. So we have breaking news right now as A.J. Brown has just signed a new contract with the Philadelphia Eagles. By the way, we also have some breaking news that the Patriots are currently working on a trade to try to acquire Brandon Ayuk. It isn't official, but they are making efforts to do that. But A.J. Brown getting the bag from the Philadelphia Eagles, 3 years, $96 million, highest paid at $32 million per year. So A.J. Brown getting his money. They signed Devontae Smith. They signed A.J. Brown. By the way, Eagles doing it smart. They're getting their guys paid now because the market's only going to go up. You think that, frankly, if I were the Cincinnati Bengals, the price of T. Higgins is going up by the moment. So if you're not trading him now, it's getting harder, actually, in some ways. Appreciate you guys being with us. Jerry Jeudy about to go off this season. I love what Jerry Jeudy's situation is now in Cleveland. I think that he is going to have the opportunity alongside Amari Cooper to just completely open up. And with Njoku, love everything about it. Love everything about it. 49ers trading Ayuk for 3 and getting no. Candyman, great to see you watching the show with us, but no. Don't think that's where they're going to go. I could see them trading that number 2 pick, though, that second round pick. Because the second round pick obviously is the third pick of the second round, so it almost plays like a late first round pick. So it would make more sense for me, Candyman, because the 49ers could use that second round Patriots pick to draft a wide receiver replacement for Brandon Ayuk. That would make sense to me. The second, and maybe you have to add something else, but that's where I think the Patriots are going to go. Just based on the rumors that we're hearing right now, it sounds like the Patriots are trying to make a trade, number 34 overall, and then trading Yeah, to get Ayuk. 76ers and Knicks spread. I actually haven't checked that, to be honest with you. I wasn't going to bet that game. Part of the reason I didn't want to bet it is I looked at all the trends, and all the trends actually backed the Knicks tonight, but I didn't really want to bet the Knicks. I felt like the 76ers were going to come back and win, and so it was kind of my gut against my brain, and I didn't want an indigestion, so I avoided it. What position do you think Tampa Bay will draft? Oh, that's a great question. Frankly, I think if there's a team that's in doubt of what they need to select right now, I personally think offensive line, you can't go wrong. But I think they could use a number of positions. They could use a cornerback. They could use an offensive tackle. So I think that's probably where they would go. I don't think they need a wide receiver at the same way other teams do. So I think Tampa Bay is the ultimate example of wait to see what's left on the board. Take the best player available. Buccaneers drafting at 26. Kind of a tough spot for them, actually, because yes, they made the playoffs and they had their little run in the playoffs. What a wonderful thing. But actually, they're a team that really wishes they were drafting around 20 because they could use the talent. Nuggets tonight. That was another one. I decided to really avoid the NBA today because all the games I was like, man, my head and my heart are going in two different directions. And I just didn't have good conviction on any of them, so decided to avoid it. El Pinche, at any means possible, Broncos are going to trade up and draft J.J. McCarthy. Put $5 on it. I don't know. I think the Zach Wilson trade was in large part about the Broncos feeling like they don't need to have the same urgency to trade up. I'm not saying that they want Zach Wilson to be their starter, but I think it tells you that they don't think that they have the capital to make the kind of aggressive move the Vikings can to try to get that number 4, number 5 quarterback off the board. So I think there's kind of a less chance that the Broncos make that kind of aggressive move. Billboard, what about the Cowboys? Cowboys, to me, have to go offensive tackle. They have to hit on an offensive tackle because this is a team that is built around the offensive line. When the Cowboys have been successful, their offensive line has led the way, and that is ultimately what started to erode over the last few years, and I think it's why the Cowboys have taken steps back offensively. It's all, to me, about the ability of the offensive line to stay healthy, stay intact, and protect Dak Prescott, because when Dak Prescott has time, he actually is a top 10 quarterback. When he doesn't have the ability to vault himself up and vault his team to that level. What about the Saints? The Saints are a really tough one for me. I love Chris Olave, but where are they with Michael Thomas? Like, what is the situation there? Do they need another wide receiver? I think that's actually an interesting spot. Who's their tight end right now? Is that a spot where if Brock Bowers were to fall, could you see Brock Bowers going to the Saints and setting up a really good target in the middle of the field for Derek Carr? I'm trying to think who their tight end is right now offhand. I can't think of who it is. So kind of an interesting spot. Great to see so many familiar faces. Pluex, great to have you guys with us. Squealers, great to see you. It is so awesome to be with loyal butt fumblers. Guys, it is the NFL draft kicking off in less than 7 minutes, and we are going to be with you for the entire night. It's just a watch party. It can be just one of you guys. It can be a million of you. This is just for sports fans out there. If you love sports, if you get excited about teams having a brand new start, if you're excited about what careers could be, welcome into Butt Fumble Sports' coverage. We're going to watch along with you. We're just going to react to everything that goes on. There are going to be times I will turn on my TV audio so that way I can hear the pick or the news that's coming down. But other than that, I'm just going to be taking questions, reacting to what you guys are saying. We'll interact throughout the show. If any of you guys want to join as guests, we're not doing challenges, as that dude from Fire Island brought up earlier, but we will be just hanging out with all of you guys out there. Big shout out to all of you Squealers, Cutter Lee, great to have you with us. What are my thoughts on Michael Penix Jr.? I think if Michael Penix Jr. didn't have an injury history within his college career, I actually think he would be considered the number 2 quarterback in this draft. I think Jaden Daniels is phenomenal with his speed, but what Michael Penix can do as a thrower of the football, I actually think makes him better equipped for the NFL than some of the other players. That said, I think a really good spot for him is 13 to the Raiders. Could the Broncos take him at 12? I could see that. Vikings at 11? I could see that. The question is, does he fall past any of them because they have concerns about his injury history? But I certainly think in that 11 to 13 range is where Michael Penix Jr. will probably go unless teams go up to trade him. I don't think he's going to end up being a top 10 pick. I don't think we're going to have the run on quarterbacks that people think we do. I actually think the position where we're going to have a run on first is wide receiver. I think that people are really excited about this wide receiver class. I actually think, much like last year, much of the smoke screen that we've had so far in the last few weeks is about the quarterbacks, simply because I think people want less conversation out there about the wide receivers that everybody actually wants. This is a loaded wide receiver class, and I think it is one where everyone could see a Pro Bowler being selected if they could just get their hands on that one particular player. So with that said, I think that that's the position that has the run on it first. Offensive tackle wouldn't shock me. I just don't think outside the top two that it's worth it. But when you talk about wide receivers, Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Neighbors, Rome Odunze, Brian Thomas Jr., Ladd McConkey, I think that those five right there, you could see a run on them in the top 15, top 18. I wouldn't be surprised by that at all. So wide receiver might be the first position that really has a run on it in this draft. What do you guys think? What position do you think that we're going to see a run on right now? Or run on when we get going? Squealers, great to have you with us. We will be keeping an eye on the Steelers. Steelers are really in a really interesting position. They could go wide receiver. They could go offensive tackle. They could also be the team that takes one of the better defensive players that's remaining on the board. So I do think the Steelers are in a really interesting position. There are some teams that are actually well positioned because they get to kind of sit back. I think the Seahawks at 16, Colts at 15 are actually in a great spot. If Brock Bowers fell to them, I think they would be over the moon excited. A lot of people have been talking about how the Colts want to trade up for Marvin Harrison Jr. I don't think it's going to happen. I just think it's unlikely. Stumpy rules, I think wide receiver is probably a good call on that. Yeah. Appreciate you guys being with us. No matter the platform you're watching on, TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, and Kick, we are less than 3 minutes from the start of the NFL draft. We'll be turning on the TV audio so we can hear the commissioner, Roger Goodell, give us his opening spiel. With that said, we will get this draft underway, and we will be talking about the Chicago Bears first. Chicago Bears obviously have built a really good roster out of nowhere. I think people are sleeping on them a little bit. They have hit on a number of their draft picks. I think their defense really turned a corner late last year, so we have our eyes on them, obviously, not just with that first pick in the draft, but at number 9, do they go get a wide receiver there? Do they add another offensive tackle? Really interesting spot for the Bears. Could they trade back, acquire more draft capital? Good opportunities there. NFL Lakers game. We're keeping our eye on the Lakers. We will be watching it. I didn't bet it because I feel like the Lakers are going to win, but all the trends back the Nuggets, so it was one of those split decisions where if I didn't have high conviction level, just decided to avoid it. Gibby, what about Bo Nix? If there's one player right now who I think deserves to fall outside of the first round into day 2, I think it's Bo Nix. I don't think Bo Nix actually showed us enough through his time at Oregon to solidify himself as a first-round pick. I think the only reason a team would take Bo Nix in the first round is because they would have that 5th-year option on him as the first-round rookie. You pick that up in 5 years, that's a great discount. But outside of that, I feel like he's a second-round pick. I feel like he's someone who, again, Broncos day 2, that would make a lot of sense to me. But right now, I feel like that's where there's a bit of a smokescreen as teams have tried to hype up the quarterbacks in order to kind of have us all distracted by the quarterback conversation. Meanwhile, they're looking at offensive tackles and wide receivers being obviously the better play. Stumpy rules, Bo Nix, Here's my thing. He does nothing exceptional. Like, his accuracy is good, not exceptional. His deep ball is good, not exceptional. His athleticism is good, not exceptional. He does nothing in which I go, oh, that one part of his game can take over. There's nothing about that. And again, I mentioned it earlier. There was a guy who did that at one point in his career called Drew Brees. Drew Brees became a good deep ball thrower, but there were times where he had great wide receivers to throw too. So I would just say Bo Nix has ability, but I don't think he is deserving of a first-round pick. That's where I ultimately come down on it. That said, it is 8 o'clock on the East Coast, which means we are about to kick off the NFL Draft. We're going to put on the audio right now. We're not going to live stream the show. We're not going to live stream the draft. I'm not getting in trouble with the draft, but we are going to be watching all of this draft together here on Butt Fumble Sports on TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. So wonderful to have you guys with us no matter where you guys are watching. We're going to react to everything that goes down tonight in Detroit. We'll talk about the fantasy implications. We'll talk about the futures bets behind all of what happens tonight. Just really happy that all of you guys are with us. Make sure you hit the follow button. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you're with us every time we go live. We do shows every single day to talk sports betting, fantasy sports, and rant about the sports world. But tonight is a very special show as we have the NFL Draft live right here on ESPN on our TVs, ABC on our TVs, but of course, here on TikTok and YouTube, we're just going to be reacting right here in front of you. So make sure you throw your questions, your comments. If there's a team that you care about, if there's a pick that you'd love to see happen, who do you think is going to make the first trade of the night? Do you think we see a defensive player in the first 10 picks? Now's the time to get your predictions in, no matter the platform you're watching on. Have you heard the rumbling that Harbaugh trading Herbert? I think that's ludicrous. I think that's absolutely crazy. Whoever came up with that rumor is obviously trying to stir a pot that makes no sense to me. I don't know why Harbaugh. First of all, if Harbaugh were to make a move like that, his players would never trust him again because he took that job saying to everybody, I love Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert's the reason you leave Michigan to take a job like this. And if he were to then turn around and stab Justin Herbert in the back to take J.J. McCarthy, by the way, taking someone who's under contract now and cheaper by the year. I know that J.J. McCarthy is rookie discount. You know, he's obviously cheaper than Justin Herbert, but you're getting Justin Herbert entering his prime at what is a good price ultimately because quarterback prices are only going to go up in their contracts. So it actually doesn't make as much sense for me. And the Chargers need other positions. If you felt like you were a quarterback away, fine. The Chargers need offensive talent on the line, at wide receiver. Why would they trade for a quarterback? So I think it just didn't make a lot of sense to me. We're obviously waiting for the commissioner to come out, kick off this draft. Hope you guys are going to sit along with us throughout the entirety of it. Great to have you guys with us for all that comes down. Oh, we don't care about the Home Depot. We're still waiting on commercial breaks over here on ABC and everything. I am betting Cowboys trade down, take the best OG, not OT on the board. Interesting idea that you think they go interior lineman as opposed to the tackles. I feel like tackle would be the better move, but it makes sense. Do you think the Saints need a quarterback? No. Gibby, here's the reason why. There are certain teams right now that are in a win now or else position. The Falcons just did that. The Saints are obviously in that position. The Rams are in that position. If you were to take a quarterback in the first round, it kind of is a double Dutch kind of move. It signals the wrong thing to everybody. We're both trying to win this year, and at the same time, instead of pursuing a player who can make a substantial impact this season at an important position, we're getting a future quarterback play. It just doesn't make sense. I'm also a very big believer in if you have two quarterbacks, you have none in many ways. Yeah, Joe Montana and Steve Young can exist. Drew Bledsoe and Tom Brady can exist. But largely, you have a quarterback, you want to find the other pieces to go around him. If I were the Saints, go find the other pieces to go around Derek Carr, make him better, make that defense better, make that offensive line better. I've never seen more blue in my life. I am loving this Detroit crowd. And so I'm in New York right now. I was actually just walking past Radio City Music Hall where they used to have the NFL draft every single year. And I thought to myself, Is it too bad that it's not in New York? Is there something that made it that much more special that it was in New York City every year? And then I thought to myself, no, it's actually awesome that there are cities around the country that get the opportunity to host the NFL draft. Obviously a boost to their economy, but also an opportunity for them to show off their fandom, show off what makes that city great. I think it's a wonderful thing. So excited about it. Butt Fumbler is with us, a loyal Butt Fumbler if there ever was one. Jennifer is with us. I am so excited to have you guys watching on TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. No matter the platform you're watching on, no matter where you are, no matter what screen you've got us on compared to the NFL draft, I am so excited to have you guys with us. We will be talking NFL draft all night long. We are just kicking this thing off as we get started. NFL draft coverage. We are going to be live for all 32 picks. I've got everything I need to go. We'll keep our eye on the NFL, or on the NBA and NHL playoffs, obviously, and that way we can kind of stay in contact with the night of sports. But we're covering the NFL draft. We're going to look at all the picks and react to all the trades and everything that goes down. Gibby, what do you think the Vikings need? Vikings, to me, are a quarterback away. I think they're so close, actually. I love what they did on offense. Squealers, love you, buddy. I think the Vikings, I would love to see Michael Penix Jr. with the Vikings. I think J.J. McCarthy, everyone's talking about that, but that's not what I'd really like to see. I'd like to see Michael Penix Jr. I think he would be the better fit because I think he's a better thrower of the football for what they are. I understand that J.J. McCarthy might be a better fit in other ways, though. In other ways. Is Roger getting booed? Of course Roger's getting booed. And I hate the fact that he's turned it into a thing. I hate the fact that he, embraces it. I wish that he was... because he's a douche. Because he's a douche. And unfortunately, he leans into it a little too hard for me. But I get it. That's why he gets paid the big bucks. Because he is the douche that cleans the NFL owners clean of their sins and clean of their image and clean of the attention that we would give to them. So, funny enough, the guy earns his money. He does it right. So for all of those out there who, like me, who dislike the commish, you got to respect that he's earning that $32 million or whatever. Give us your potential first-round surprise before it starts. First-round surprise. I think J.J. McCarthy is this year's Brady Quinn or this year's Johnny Manziel. I won't say a Will Levis, but I think J.J. McCarthy, I just don't think he's going to go as high as we think he does. If he goes within the top 6, okay, but I just don't understand it. I just don't get it, and I think people are trying to hype the quarterbacks a little bit to distract us from the fact that this wide receiver class is so loaded with talent, and there's a lot of wide receivers to be had. Yeah, Eminem getting a lot of love on this one. So we're getting the NFL commissioner out here now, so we're going to listen in as the NFL draft starts. Thanks so much for joining us for this the start of the NFL draft. Let's listen up. Oh, his Eminem is coming out with him. Okay. Eminem is awesome, and I love that Eminem, even as he's gotten older, has maintained his level of cool. So great. Okay. Oh, now the awkward white guy high five from Goodell.
We waited 6 years to say this. Welcome to the NFL draft in Detroit.
Let's go, guys. Excited for the NFL draft.
How do you like that?
Goodell Eminem interplay is so embarrassing. It's so cringe.
Another day, but the pride of Detroit has got a little some surprise for you and bringing out a few other surprises for you. So, M, here you go. Detroit! What up?
Let's go, Em.
It's here. Make some noise for the Detroit Lions. Let's go! Please welcome from the Detroit Lions, Jared Goff.
Okay, so they're bringing out a bunch of Detroit Lions right now to get us started for the draft. Amon-Ra St. Brown, who just signed what is no longer the highest contract, the biggest contract for a wide receiver in the NFL. Aiden Hutchinson coming out as well. And Calvin Johnson, who's the biggest advocate for medicinal marijuana, probably in the NFL community. So just a thought there. Curious to know what you guys think of the NFL draft opening right now. Barry Sanders, greatest running back in my estimation of all time outside of Jim Brown. What do you think about the hip drop tackle rule? We talked about this on one of our shows a couple of weeks ago. I'm happy they actually got rid of the hip drop tackle just because it's going to extend the careers for a couple of players, especially running backs. And running backs, they have the shortest life in the NFL of all players. So the likelihood that they get a second contract is already so small, the likelihood of it. So I'm happy about that. Forgot about Josh Gordon. I don't know. Calvin Johnson is pretty big on it. Like, check out Calvin Johnson right now. He is certainly getting paid by medicinal marijuana. That is for sure. He is on that cannabis train. So with that said, we are getting ready for the NFL draft once we get over this Detroit love fest up here. So like, great. I love it, but at the same time, this is a little like it's Christmas morning and we're going to celebrate one particular kid before we let all the kids open their presents. So like, okay, let's celebrate that one kid who gets to host Christmas at his house. And then let's get to it. Let's get to the picks. I'm ready to get this started. Let's get the Bears on the clock. Do we really have to go through 15 minutes of preamble? Like, we've been waiting all this time. NFL, you got us in the palm of your hand. Let's go. Let's get the draft underway. We're excited about it. Pat Sox. I heard there were only like 10 or so actual. You know what? I'm okay with it. Let's get at it.
Okay,
Goodell with his cringe.
we got fans from 32 teams right down here, and of course all the Detroit faithful in the back. Welcome to all of you, and most importantly, thank you to Detroit. You guys have been awesome. All right, you ready to get the show on the road?
Let's go.
Okay, the 2024 NFL Draft is now underway. The Chicago Bears are now on the clock.
Bears are officially on the clock, and we can officially get this draft underway. Welcome in everybody to the Butt Fumble Sports NFL Draft Show. So wonderful to have you guys with us. It is an exciting night as we have the best of college football graduating to the NFL. We are going to be watching every pick along with you for the entirety of the night. And with this first pick, we all expect we know where it's going to end up being. We expect we know whose name's going to be called. I am already getting ready to write Caleb Williams' name right here on the big board next to the Chicago Bears. Bears obviously have the worst history, arguably, in the NFL when it comes to quarterbacks all time. Caleb Williams could spend just a handful of years in Chicago and become their all-time leader in passing yards. It would not be hard for him to do it. So with that said, Caleb Williams comes into a great situation, obviously. He's got a decent offensive line in front of him. They addressed some of that last year with Darnell Wright. He's got good wide receivers around him, decent tight end, good running game. And that defense at the end of last year played a whole lot better. Chicago Bears could be a team that makes a Houston Texans-like turnaround, a Cincinnati Bengals-like turnaround from a few years ago, because the Bears actually have pieces right now. They've done a really good job drafting over the last few years. They've been hitting on a number of these draft picks, not just from the first round, but from the second, the third, the fourth round. They have a good roster. They really just need someone who can really challenge down the field. Is Jaden Daniels going to be that one? They're showing him up on ESPN to create a little bit of suspense, but I expect it's going to be Caleb Williams. I expect we're going to say Caleb Williams named first. I expect Jaden Daniels to go second. I expect Drake May to go third. However, for all of those folks out there, the reason we love tonight is because there will be surprises that come up. What's it going to be? We'll find out right along with you guys. Excited to do so. Hope you guys are going to be with us the whole time. Is it just me, or is it cool to see these guys get emotional when they get picked? I love it. I love seeing the families. I love seeing the reaction. I also love seeing the people at home because sometimes you'll get a bizarre, person kind of on the side of the screen who's just kind of a part of that moment, but didn't expect to be on TV, so a lot of reasons to like it. Peter, Patriots need to draft Marvin Harrison Jr. He's so NFL ready. Then take Bo Nix, Jordan Travis. The one player I will say, if someone were to do that, Marvin Harrison Jr. there, and then Spencer Rattler. The one quarterback that I think if you're going to take in that kind of second round situation, second day situation, who could end up, look out for Spencer Rattler, everybody. I'm just going to say that now. Spencer Rattler's got a lot of talent. I think he's the one in this draft that actually keep your eye on, because everyone's talking about all these top 5, maybe even top 6 quarterbacks in the draft. That's the one guy I would just say. I'm just putting that one out there. When's McCarthy going to go? I think he should be between picks 8 and picks 13. But if he goes in the top 6, it's going to completely set the trend of this draft. That is the pivot point. Really, when does J.J. McCarthy go? If it's at 4 or 5, that's good. It's going to change everything about what's about to go down. If you guys have questions, comments, if there's something that you care about, if there's a pick that you want to predict, put it up in the comments section. If you're watching on YouTube, Twitch, or Kick, wonderful to have you guys with us. Peter, this might just be me, but I see McCarthy as Matt Ryan 2.0. Well, Matt Ryan was just such a different quarterback. He was a true pocket stand-up quarterback. He was taller. I don't know. Bo Nix and Breeze, I totally see that one. J.J. McCarthy, I just don't know I don't know what J.J. McCarthy is, to be honest. I don't know if he is a Kirk Cousins. I don't know if he's a Matt Ryan. There's a lot of his game that I just have questions about, and I'm just not there. I don't think that he's worth that kind of, early selection. But obviously, we're going to keep our eye on this evening and how it's going to play out. I think J.J. McCarthy proved to some people that he's a winner, and that may be enough. But I don't think it's enough to draft him in the top 5. I just don't see that. That's me. It's interesting. The draft gets started. You build up for weeks, and then you have this moment, and it really is. A friend of mine said it earlier today. It is like Christmas, where we are now in the stripping of the wrapping paper off of the presents, and there's that anticipation. With each rip, you're going, okay, what's underneath? What am I going to get? What are our teams going to get? ESPN's highlighting this is a really good offensive lineman class. There are at least 5, 6, 7 offensive tackles that could go within this first round. I mean, this is going to be a round of quarterbacks, wide receivers, and offensive tackles. That's my expectation for the next few hours of coverage as we watch this NFL draft. Guys, if you have a prediction for any of the picks, let us know. Stumpy rules. This is what we do. Oh, the pick is in. The pick is in. Caleb Williams is going to get ready to be picked pretty soon because the pick is in. First pick always uses up the whole clock. No. Not this year. The pick is in, everybody. What's interesting is I actually think we will see some picks that take the full entirety of the time because teams are going to try to make some trades. But that said, the pick is in. Bears are ready to do this. Keep in mind, this is also a television event. Like the NFL is going to do things in time with the NFL programming on TV. They're not going to do things that are convenient for speed. They don't want this to end too soon. They want to sell advertising. They're selling sponsorship. So don't worry, just because a pick is in doesn't mean they're going to necessarily move this along overly quickly. Now, will they do so maybe on day 3? Sure, when they're trying to move through rounds, 5, 6, 7, they're just trying to make an effort to get things moving along. I could see that. But on Thursday night, no, they're competing with the NBA playoffs. They're competing with the NHL playoffs. They want things to go as slowly as they can. We're expecting Caleb Williams to be the first pick selected overall. Obviously, there's already been a little bit of news. A.J. Brown signed a new contract, so he is going to be the highest paid wide receiver in the NFL as he signs a 3-year, $96 million deal. Here comes Roger Goodell for the first pick of the draft.
With the first pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams, quarterback, Southern California.
So there you have it. Caleb Williams is the first pick of the 2024 NFL Draft, the quarterback from USC, making his way from the green room up to meet Roger Goodell. And the Bears have their franchise quarterback. There you go. They traded, obviously, Justin Fields, and it was all because they believe that Caleb Williams is the man. And here he is. Decent suit. A little foolish, but, you know, he's clearly going for a style of fashion that I couldn't pull off. But, okay. He knows what he's doing. I'm about 30 seconds ahead of your TV. Okay, well, unfortunately for you, I'm going to be a bit of a spoiler for the entirety of the night then, because I'm going to be reacting to these picks live in real time. If you guys want to react, put your comments in the comments section. So happy to have you guys with us. Hope you guys are going to be with us for the entirety of the first round. I'm loving it. I'm loving the opportunity to talk to you guys about these players. Caleb Williams is a dynamic thrower of the football. His feet may not appear to be balanced, just like an Aaron Rodgers or a Patrick Mahomes, but it doesn't affect his throwing motion. He continues to be just a phenomenal player. So with that said, can he fit with the Chicago Bears? And most importantly for those out there, how will he perform as a fantasy quarterback? I think that he is going to be a good fit for the Bears because the offense that they're going to try to build is going to be a downfield kind of offense, a run and gun kind of offense. With that said, fantasy, he's got a lot of potential. If you are curious about taking a rookie quarterback at a very cheap price this year, he's got wide receivers around him. He's going to be facing a couple of secondaries that are suspect in the Vikings and the Lions unless they make really substantial additions. He could actually face some decent opportunities to attack down the field. Don't be surprised if Caleb Williams is actually a good backup quarterback to draft in fantasy. I could see him being, when it comes to points and production in fantasy, a top 15 fantasy quarterback. Sounds a bit high, but as a backup, it wouldn't be that shocking. Stumpy Rules, yeah, we're predicting Jaden Daniels is probably going to go number 2. We'll get the obvious picks out of the way and then really get to the craziness of this draft. We all know that Caleb Williams, number 1, is kind of the obvious. We all kind of expect that Jaden Daniels, number 2, and then Drake May, number 3. But then we get really into what's going to happen in this draft. Is it going to be the J.J. McCarthy show? Is it going to be a run on wide receivers? Are we going to get some offensive linemen come off the board? So I think this whole draft pivots at number 4. What do the Cardinals do? And that's obviously what we're going to be keeping our eyes on for the next half hour or so, because it's about 10 minutes per pick. We are also keeping our eyes on the NBA playoffs. Right now, the Orlando Magic are putting a beat down on the Cleveland Cavaliers. Orlando Magic are up by more than 20. Not surprised by that one. Not a game that I bet. Didn't really bet the NBA tonight. Didn't feel good about it, but I did think the Magic were going to win. Just decided not to bet it, though. Do you think Marvin Harrison Jr. goes 4? I think he should. Will he? Unless there's a trade. A trade means obviously someone's going up to get their quarterback, but I think that Marvin Harrison should go number 4 to the Arizona Cardinals. It makes the most sense for the Cardinals. They need a dynamic number 1 wide receiver. They don't even have Hollywood Brown anymore. Reminder for all of you folks out there, Kansas City Chiefs got Hollywood Brown. I bet that is going to be a steal in fantasy, so keep your eyes on that. What are you steaming the draft on? What am I watching the draft on? I'm watching the draft on ABC. I'm watching it on my TV right in front of me. That way I can be live with you guys on TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. Jennifer, how about NHL? Did you bet it? I did not. I avoided the NHL tonight. I avoided the NBA, put my focus into the NFL, and just decided to have a lot of fun there. Obviously, right now, Carolina Hurricanes leading the Islanders 2-0. So, nice little matchup there. Not surprising. I figure Arizona will trade their first pick to the Saskatchewan Roughriders. No, they'll trade it to the Utah, the Utah Yetis. Can you believe Utah stole Arizona's hockey team? Utah. By the way, seeing a great tweet on social media as a reminder for everyone out there, the Carolina Panthers, in their trade with the Chicago Bears, they acquired the number 1 overall pick last year, which allowed them to get Bryce Young. In exchange, the Bears turned that into DJ Moore, Darnell Wright, Tyreek Stevenson, the cornerback, Caleb Williams, and a second-round pick next year. So if there was ever a trade that we could consider a steal or a one-sided trade, a robbery, it is absolutely that one. The Bears absolutely robbed the Carolina Panthers because when you give up Bryce Young and you get DJ Moore, Darnell Wright, Tyreek Stevenson, Caleb Williams, and another player in the second round of next year's draft, that is phenomenal draft capital. That's phenomenal talent. What a way to fill out a roster. Terry, I live in Phoenix. It's football and basketball town. I mean, obviously, but it's just funny to me that Utah, of all places, but it makes sense. Utah is probably more deserving of a hockey team or is a better fit for a hockey team, just given their history of winter sports. Jorge, great to see Jorge on the live stream. Who will have the bigger year fantasy-wise, Keenan Allen or DJ Moore? Oh, it's DJ Moore. DJ Moore is going to thrive with Caleb Williams. If you thought that DJ Moore fit well with Justin Fields, it doesn't even come close to Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams is such a better deep ball thrower, so I absolutely think that this is a home run pick for the Bears, and for DJ Moore, it's just going to open up his game. The Commanders' draft room is celebrating now. The pick is in. We fully expect to be Jaden Daniels, which then means Drake May would be going to the Patriots. We will see if that is actually how things play out as the commissioner makes his way to the podium for pick number 2. Washington Commanders make their selection.
Making his way to the podium. Coming off back surgery. He's taking his time.
With the second pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jaden Daniels, quarterback, LSU.
Jaden Daniels, the reigning Heisman Trophy winner. It's the second time that Heisman winners have gone.
I want to give a big shout out right now to a very loyal viewer of Butt Fumble Sports who I was texting with earlier today and who was cursing. He's a Patriots fan, and he was cursing the Patriots kicker. And he was saying if Ryland, that stupid kicker, hadn't made the game-winning kick against the Denver Broncos, the Patriots would have been selecting number 2 instead of number 3. But because that stupid kicker, who missed so many kicks during the regular season, made that kick against the Broncos late in December and ultimately gave the Patriots a win and knocked them out of 3 to knock them out of number 2 to number 3. It ultimately meant that they miss out on Jaden Daniels, and instead they're going to be going to Drake May. And that is what I expect to happen now. Jaden Daniels is off the board, and the Patriots are now on the clock. This is obviously the first year the Patriots will be drafting without Bill Belichick in this millennium. It was 1999, the last draft in which Bill Belichick was not a part of the Patriots drafts team. Just crazy to think about that. Bill Belichick not there anymore. It's a whole new world, whole new NFL. Sauce Man thinks Daniels is better than Caleb Williams. I don't hate that take. I think they actually are two very different quarterbacks. I think that one is more polished in some ways. I think Caleb Williams is Patrick Mahomes-esque. I think Jaden Daniels is maybe the better player right now. But if Caleb Williams can ultimately make the kind of maturation development that Patrick Mahomes did, I could see Caleb Williams being the better player. But for right now, I think I'd rather have Jaden Daniels this moment. But by the way, for all of those out there, keep your eye on these two players for fantasy. I'm actually a big believer in rookie quarterbacks for fantasy that go to the right situations. I could see Jaden Daniels maybe not having as much success as Caleb Williams, but I could see both worthy of maybe just you pick them up and stash them on your bench for weeks that you need a bye play. So just an idea on that. But really, I'd actually care more about the impact they're going to have on their wide receivers. I think that obviously Jaden Daniels makes Terry McLaurin a more valuable fantasy play. I think he is all of a sudden back in play because I didn't trust him with Sam Howell. So now you've got a reason to believe in them. And they could have a good play-action play, which makes me think Brian Robinson Jr., for a lot of you guys out there who are thinking about maybe looking towards Brian Robinson Jr. in his second year as a running back, that could be a good one as well. Who's getting J.J. McCarthy? That is the ultimate question of the draft. Frankly, I think he's going to fall a little bit. I think it could be to 11 with the Vikings. I don't think people are going to trade up for him like we expected. I think that might have been a bit of a smokescreen. The Patriots pick is in, everybody. The Patriots pick is in, so the Patriots are not trading back. Tells you they're taking a quarterback. Tells me they're taking Drake May. So for everyone out there, what is my expectation? I fully believe that Drake May is going to be the selection of the New England Patriots. Yeah, the Patriots are not trading this pick. Patriots are going to make their selection. So we are just getting ready to announce Drake May to the Patriots, which would mean top 3 picks are quarterbacks. Haven't seen that since that 2001 draft. Patriots had a quarterback in that draft too. His name was Mac Jones, and he is now backing up another quarterback from that draft, Trevor Lawrence. So Patriots obviously need to hit on their next franchise quarterback. Is that going to be Drake May? There's a lot of reasons to say no. The Patriots have a lot of work to do. I would not be surprised. This is a prediction I have for later this evening. I would not be surprised if the Patriots trade back into the first round of the draft. I could absolutely see that happening. The Patriots may want to take an offensive lineman, may want to take a quarterback, a wide receiver to go with their new quarterback. So it would not surprise me in the least if we saw the Patriots not just draft 1 pick, but 2.
Takes an extra guy. Whether you rush 4 guys and have...
So with that said, I'm just looking and listening to Nick Saban. Who do you think will be the 6th pick? 6th pick to the Giants. I think that's Neighbors. I think that's the one that makes sense right now. I think after the top 3 quarterbacks go, Cardinals go Marvin Harrison Jr. I think the Chargers will go between J.C. Latham and Joe Alt, one of those two. And then I think the Giants are going to go Neighbors. And I think what the Giants are pretty much going to say is, we can keep going on this quarterback carousel for a while, but if we don't put any pieces around these quarterbacks, it's not really going to matter. So Jaden Daniels is going to Washington. The Giants obviously are competing in a division now that has Jaden Daniels, Dak Prescott, Jalen Hurts, and they don't have a quarterback of the future because we all know that the quarterback that they currently have ain't that guy. Patriots are right now celebrating in their draft room as Robert Kraft. Man, what a difference a year makes. Here we go, Patriots pick.
With the 3rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Drake May, quarterback, North Carolina. Going the way a lot of people will talk.
So yeah, as Kirk Herbstreit's saying, this is how we thought this was going to go. You know, it was about whoever was left on the board. That's who the Patriots are going to take. Patriots get their guy. They get a tall, big-armed quarterback. They get their what is the real successor now to Tom Brady because Mac Jones didn't work out. So can he be the next guy? And he fits the bill for what the Patriots would have wanted. And actually, if you could go back a full 12 months, if I told Patriot fans they were getting Drake May, I think they'd be pretty happy because, frankly, Drake May for most of the last 2 years has been talked about as the number 2 pick behind Caleb Williams. Jaden Daniels vaulted himself up over the last year in winning the Heisman. So a lot of reason to believe that Drake May is actually a good pick by the Patriots, according to how things have gone over the last couple of years. But he's going to be the new face of the franchise. Do not expect him to start. for the Patriots. Certainly not in the first month, 2 months, 3 months of the season. Maybe towards the final month of the year, final 6 games of the year. But expect Jacoby Brissett to be the starting quarterback. I think the Patriots actually have a really good plan in place for him. Start Jacoby Brissett. Let Drake May develop. Drake May is only 21 years old, so he's one of the younger quarterbacks in this draft. It's going to give him some time to develop, but there's a lot of reasons to believe that the Patriots' plan is going to work because he's got the size and strength already. What he really just needs is the polish. So it's not about bulking him up. It's not that he doesn't have the ability to take an NFL hit. It really is a question of, can he make the decisions that are necessary to be successful? But I'm excited for him in New England. And right now this draft is going as we thought it would. Now we get to what I talked about. Pick number 4, which is the ultimate pivot point. What are the Cardinals going to do? If I'm the Cardinals, it's Marvin Harrison Jr. I go with the obvious play. I say I'm getting arguably the best player in this draft, and I don't overthink it. But the Cardinals are a wheeling and dealing team. Last year, they made a number of trades. They're trying to get better at all over their roster. It isn't just one pick that they need to make and hit on. It is a number of them. So, okay, Cardinals, you're on the clock. What are you going to do? I'm really curious about this. What do you guys think? If you're out there watching, where do you think the Cardinals go? Is it Marvin Harrison Jr.? Do they trade the pick? No offensive players for the New England offense in fantasy. Stumpy Rules, you're exactly right. The only player I would even consider is maybe Ramondre Stevenson, and even that one I don't like because they brought in Antonio Gibson. So, El Pinche, I agree with you. Best pick for the Pats. But Stumpy Rules, yeah, when it comes to fantasy, the Patriots are a team you should avoid. The Patriots are a team you should avoid. Don't take a flyer on any of them. Not a tight end, not a wide receiver, not a running back, not a quarterback. There is no reason to believe in the Patriots offense. The Patriots could be a team that steal a couple wins by playing some defensive football, running the ball, playing it slow. But that said, they are not a team to believe in offensively. It is going to be years before they're able to put together an offense that anyone would go, oh, I'd take them in fantasy. So I'd certainly avoid that. Who do you think the Jets are going to take? Okay, I think either they will take Brock Bowers, or I think they're going to take the tackle that falls to them. J.C. Latham, the right tackle, or Joe Alt. The pick is in for Arizona. Arizona has not traded the pick. As I thought, I told you guys, I don't think they're going to be the kind of move up for quarterbacks that we think. Don't be surprised if J.J. McCarthy takes a bit of a slide here. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't go as quickly as people think. I think the Cardinals are going to go Marvin Harrison Jr. with this number 4 pick. I think this is going to be far more predictable in some ways than a lot of people were predicting, because I think that teams understand that as much as these quarterbacks might get their attention, there is real legitimate high-end talent on the board. You better get the talent that's going to make an impact this year rather than reaching on a quarterback. Cardinals, don't trade out of the pick. I'm sure that they were getting some offers. Marvin Harrison Jr. is the right guy to go with, though. El Pinche, I think that's right. If I were the Patriots, you got your quarterback. Now either trade up for a wide receiver or a tackle. Patriots have that second pick of the second round. They can trade back up into the late first round, thinking kind of the mid-20s. I think that would be a good spot for them, so would not be surprised. But we are also hearing that they are actually trying to make a trade for Brandon Ayuk. So you could see the Patriots trade that second round pick for Brandon Ayuk. They are certainly trying to do that. Rumor has it, Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be the guy. Let's hear the commissioner make it real.
Back looks good. Covering ground nicely. The Arizona Cardinals about to make their first pick of the night. We're flying here.
With the 4th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver, Ohio State.
So this draft is going the way we thought. This draft is really going the way we thought. No surprises so far, and I kind of like that. It tells me that these teams, couple things, tells me that these teams are making the right evaluations for where they are and what they need to do. It also tells me what we've learned over the last few years, which is from probably the combine until Wednesday of NFL draft week, everything you hear is bullshit. Everything you hear is nonsense. It is agents trying to get their player drafted a little bit sooner. It is teams trying to put out smoke screens. It's fan bases trying to project what they should do rather than really knowing what they should do. I think we've learned that the NFL draft process is literally Andy Dufresne swimming through crap, swimming through bullshit to try to find an ounce of truth. And right now, we're seeing a lot of what we thought we'd see. First 3 quarterbacks come off the board, then Marvin Harrison Jr. If I'm the Chargers, it's Joe Alt or it's J.C. Latham. Those would be the 2 players that I would go with. So that's my expectation as the Chargers are picking 5th. I know a lot of people are talking about the idea of them going with a wide receiver. I wouldn't go in that direction. I'd continue to protect Justin Herbert. I think it's far more important for them to protect Justin Herbert than it is for them to go with a wide receiver. Who are you taking? I like Alt. I would go with Alt. I think Alt's the better player. Here's what I would say. I think Alt's the better player, but he is a left tackle, and they already have a left tackle with Rashawn Slater. So if they want to take Latham because he's a true right tackle, it would make sense. Personally, I'd rather have the 2 best tackles, and I'm sure they can figure out right or left. Maybe I'm kind of speaking out of turn here or speaking it without knowing. But Jeremiah, do the Eagles trade up? I don't think they should. I don't know why the Eagles would want to give up draft capital to make a move. They just shored up on their wide receiver position. Unless they're trying to address their offensive line, which would make sense, but I don't see this being a draft in which the Eagles want to trade up. If anything, I could actually see the Eagles trading down. I could see the Eagles trying to acquire more draft capital. Do I think Ayuk or Debo gets traded? Yes, I do. OMT, it certainly sounds like the 49ers are trying to move on from Ayuk and are trying to get a wide receiver in this draft. It would make a lot of sense. It is a financial move. You are not going to have as talented a player necessarily, but you are going to be able to get a rookie contract in place of Ayuk being on a brand new second contract, which is way more expensive. Who do you think the Rams will get at number 19? Personally, again, I'd go offensive lineman, but I think defensive line is probably where they'll go. Defensive line is a really good spot for them. Now that they don't have Aaron Donald anymore, they can make the decision to go with a defensive lineman, and it kind of opens up their whole draft. So Byron Murphy to the Rams would make a lot of sense to me if he's still on the board. That would be a great spot. Who's getting Malik Neighbors? Personally, I think it should be the Giants. If I were the Giants, I think they should go after Malik Neighbors. Finally give put a number 1 wide receiver out there on the field. I think that's what they should really do. Chargers, by the way, have about 4 minutes left on the clock before they are moving on. So really curious about how this is going to go down. Are the Chargers going to make a trade? Are we going to see them make a selection? We are closing in on the 5th pick of the draft. We are moving now, folks. Hope you guys are enjoying the show no matter where you are. I'm hoping the Chargers are taking calls. It would make sense if the Chargers trade back, but the real question is anybody that interested in J.J. McCarthy? We're going to find out right now if the J.J. McCarthy hype is real. I've been saying to you guys for a while, I don't think it's going to be J.J. McCarthy's night. I think like a Brady Quinn or a Johnny Manziel, I could see there being some slide, a little bit of hype, and then a little bit of slide. So that's my expectation. We're waiting on the Chargers pick at number 5. They are in a commercial break. Only 3 minutes left before the Chargers have to make their selection, so curious about it. Giants might go JJ, Malik, or Rome. I think it's Neighbors. I think he's the one that makes the most sense. Rome Odunze I'd go with if you like him more, fine, but I think Neighbors is the better one. El Pinche thinks there's a trade on the board since the Chargers are taking so much time. We are waiting patiently. Let's see if it is going to be a trade. We're excited to find out. Now, a lot of people were thinking, by the way, Yoltz, Timmy Turner, I like your Brock Bowers to the Jets. I think that makes a lot of sense. The only way I would see them going in another direction is if an offensive tackle like Joe Alt were somehow to fall into their lap. I think that might be a pick. Otherwise, I'd go Brock Bowers. That makes a lot of sense. But just speaking on the Chargers right now, I think it's going to be an offensive lineman. I don't think they're going to trade this pick, in part because I don't think teams are going to trade up like we thought. I think there was a lot of hype around these quarterbacks. I still think 5 quarterbacks are going to go in this first round. They're just not going to go at the kind of quick pace rate that we all expected. I think there's going to be a little bit of slippage here for guys like J.J. McCarthy and even Michael Penix Jr. Expect the 11, 12, and 13 picks to be pivotal for them as the Vikings, Broncos, and Raiders are on the clock then. But right now, I don't think the Chargers are going to make that trade. Obviously, we'll find out if I'm right in just a minute or two, but we're keeping our eye on this pick at number 5. This is going to be a big tell for the rest of the draft. Wherever the Chargers go, it is going to be an indication as to what the pick is in, everybody. They are not trading it. The pick is in, which means if the Giants want J.J. McCarthy, they've got him. That's what makes this so interesting. Now, the Giants don't have to trade up. The Giants get the quarter. If they really want J.J. McCarthy, they've got him. So we're going to find out in a moment if the Chargers are going to go with J.C. Latham or with Joe Alt. That's my expectation, at least. Obviously, we're still waiting on the pick. Excited to find out as the commissioner will be making his way up to the podium any moment as the coverage comes back from break. By the way, Marvin Harrison Jr., definitely someone we would be looking at in fantasy, so we will talk about that a little bit afterwards. But keep your eye, everybody, on Marvin Harrison Jr. when it comes to fantasy implications. A lot of reason to believe that he pairs well with Kyler Murray. He could be someone who maybe goes a bit too high in some drafts, but could be a really good addition, actually, to some teams fantasy-wise if you can get him at the right spot. We are waiting on the draft pick from the Los Angeles Chargers. Chargers have made their selection. Their war room is celebrating. Who do you think it's going to be? For all of our viewers out there, before the pick is announced, put it in the comment section. Who do you think they're going to draft? Who do you think they're going to put in? A wide receiver, offensive tackle? Who do you think they're going to draft right now? I'm going to make my prediction. I'm going to say it's J.C. Latham. I'm going to go J.C. Latham. You're saying Neighbors. Let's see. Who's everyone thinking it's going to be? Write your comments in the draft. Ryan's saying Neighbors as well. Who do you guys think it's going to be? If it's Neighbors, I think the Giants miss out a little bit. I think the Giants would have loved to have gotten Neighbors. I've been saying that for the last hour. So we'll find out right now as the Chargers pick is in, the number 5 pick of the draft. Do we like Joe Alt? Do we like J.C. Latham? What do we think is going to happen here? Excited to find out along with you guys. Stumpy Rules is going Alt. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Alt. Alt would make a lot of sense to me. Frankly, Alt's the best pick that they could make, but we'll find out right now.
With the fifth pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Joe Alt.
There you go.
Tackle, Notre Dame.
Great selection.
Who Joe Alt is.
But she's like, yeah, let's go,
You
Joe.
should like
She's
that.
like,
Be
yeah,
happy.
let's go,
Be
Joe.
happy. Big Joe. There he is, big fella.
The big fella from Notre Dame. His dad was also a first-round pick in the 1984 NFL Draft. Played.
Okay, as I got a bite of my energy bar here, my Cliff Bar. Joe Alt, drafted to the Los Angeles Chargers. Makes a lot of sense. Definitely, to me, the right pick. I love the pick simply because he's the best tackle in this draft. He's the best offensive lineman in this draft. Makes a lot of sense. So I love the pick. I think it's a great move by the Chargers, and I think it's a very Harbaugh move. If you're Jim Harbaugh, get the guy who's going to protect Herbert, build within the trenches, build your offensive line, be able to dictate the pace of play. Slater on the left side, Joe Alt on the right, or if you want to switch them, whatever. You have a really good collection of two like castles for for your chessboard to be able to really move down the field. Again, protect Justin Herbert. I love this pick. I actually think the Cardinals and the Chargers, I give them a lot of credit. People, for the last few weeks, were saying that these two teams should trade out. I think they got the two best players in the draft in many ways. I love this selection. Makes a lot of sense. Are the Cardinals going to keep their second first-round pick? That's an interesting one. Personally, I think they should, because I think they need another high-impact player. So if I were the Cardinals, as much as getting additional draft capital is nice, I think you need impact players. And I think that once you got Marvin Harrison Jr., you kind of made a statement to yourself that we're gonna get the best players we can. We're not gonna get the most players that we can. So that's kind of how I feel about it. Raiders trade with Chargers for JJ would be nuts. Yeah, that's not happening. I don't. Obviously, that didn't go down. Giants are now on the clock at number 6. Really interesting spot for the Giants. I think it's Malik Neighbors. I think that was the one that makes the most sense. Obviously, J.J. McCarthy was saying earlier this week that he thinks he's going to be drafted by the Giants because they brought him in the most, showed him the most interest. I think J.J. McCarthy is in the middle of a little bit of a slide right now. That's my prediction. I've been saying that for a while. I think that he's going to fall to 11, 12, 13. That's where we're going to have the run on quarterbacks. We had the run 1, 2, 3. People thought 4, 5, 6. We'd continue to see that. I don't think that's going to be the case. Right now, I think the run's going to be on wide receiver. I'm expecting Malik Neighbors. Giants have the pick in. Is it J.J. McCarthy? Is it Malik Neighbors? Are they going in another direction? This is going to be a very, very important pick for the rest of this draft. Again, because it's just going to kind of dictate where everything else is going. Really going to give a kind of standard for how we should think about the next 10 picks of the draft. Because everything is going to be pivoted around the run on quarterback, the run on tackle, or the run on wide receiver. All three positions have at least one of their top picks, one of their top players off the board. Joel, wasn't there another alt that played in the NFL? Yep, he was an offensive lineman for the Kansas City Chiefs. It was this guy's daddy. So Drake May to the Patriots. Obviously, we talked about his fantasy impact, very low. Jaden Daniels to the Washington Commanders. His fantasy impact, a little bit higher. Caleb Williams is probably, from a fantasy impact, the best addition, because what he does with DJ Moore, what he does with Cole Kmet, what he does with Keenan Allen, big boost. We love that. If you're looking at wide receiver, Marvin Harrison Jr. could be a wide receiver we want to look to in fantasy. Certainly someone who at, let's say, round 9, 10, 11 could be attractive. Earlier than that, I think he's overpriced. Don't be surprised if people do overvalue him in fantasy drafts, but I think Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to have a good fantasy season, but be careful. If you get him later in the draft, good move. Earlier in the draft, might be overpaying, just because, frankly, the Arizona Cardinals are still pretty far away. I like him and Trey McBride, though. That's a good combination of weapons to put with Kyler Murray. Next pick coming up as the Giants make their selection. I'm going to say Malik Neighbors. What do you guys think?
With the 6th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Malik Neighbors, wide receiver, LSU.
There's the explosive.
So, frankly, this draft is going exactly as I predicted. Okay, I would have said I could have gone Joe Alt or J.C. Latham with that Chargers pick. I've been bouncing back and forth. I had a mock with Joe Alt. I thought a moment ago it was Latham, but either way, the point is this draft is going as we predicted, which tells me that this draft is smart. It's not a stupid draft. And what I mean by that is there are years in which GMs are clearly making ridiculous moves because they're making desperation calls. That is not the case. If anything, the last few weeks of sports media coverage around the draft was the smokescreen. It was GMs, it was ownership, it was head coaches trying to put out false narratives because actually they wanted the best player for them. They didn't want the most buzzworthy player. J.J. McCarthy, I told you guys J.J. McCarthy was going to have his fall. Again, I'll say it again. 11, 12, and 13 is where I expect J.J. McCarthy and Michael Penix Jr. to potentially go. But Malik Neighbors was the best player on the board. This is a perfect pick for the Giants. The Giants need a dynamic downfield wide receiver. They need a true number one. Once Marvin Harrison Jr. was gone, it's a no-brainer. It's Neighbors who's the next one. Look, Daniel Jones may not be the quarterback of the future, but whoever you do have coming in, it's nice to have Malik Neighbors there now. It is like an Odell Beckham Jr. You know you have that number one wide receiver position locked up. Now, Tennessee Titans on the clock. Are they going to trade out of this pick? I don't think so. If I were them, J.C. Latham. I would go offensive lineman. I would make sure I'm protecting Will Levis. I don't see them going after an offensive lineman. It just doesn't make as much, a wide receiver rather. It doesn't make as much sense for me. I think it makes a lot more sense if they went with the offensive lineman. Latham, the tackle, just is a good fit for them. So that's my prediction for the next pick. What do you guys think? What do you think the Titans are going to do at number 7 as we make our way through the NFL draft? El Pinche saying Olu Fashanu as the next player who could come off the board. Another offensive tackle. Personally, I like Latham more. That's why I'm going in that direction. So that's why I'm making the prediction that I am. I'm saying that the Titans go offensive lineman, though. We've already had one tackle go. We're going to see a major move pretty soon, though. I think you're going to see a team trade up, whether it's the Falcons pick at 8, whether it's the Bears at 9. I'd love to see the Bears hold pat and draft Rome Odunze, but again, that's predicated on the Titans not going with that wide receiver. Jorge, doesn't make sense for Titans to draft a wide receiver. They got Ridley in free agency. Good call. Forgot about that. Good call. JC is a right tackle. They need a left tackle unless Skoronski is playing left tackle. Good point. Good point. By the way, I really like Skoronski, so I have no problem with that. He's a rough, physical. That said, he plays guard. He can play left guard. So you could put Latham on right tackle and kind of mishmash the line together. But I get your point. Maybe having a true left tackle is the better way to go. As a quick recap of the left tackles that are available in this draft, J.C. Latham is a right tackle. Talise Fuaga of Oregon State is another tackle. Troy Fatanu is another tackle out of Washington. Alu Fashanu out of Penn State. Amarius Mims out of Georgia. So obviously challenging my pronunciation beliefs. Cole Mason, Patriots really disappointed me. Cole, let us know why. Why did they disappoint you? I actually think the Patriots made the right move. And the reason the Patriots made the right move for me is because we know Drake May's talent ability is at least on par with Justin Herbert. He is young. He's going to need time to develop, but you have a plan in place with Jacoby Brissett. I think the Patriots made the right decision. Did you want more draft capital? Sure, because there are so many positions that need to be addressed. But if you don't have a quarterback to build around, you don't have anything. And next year's draft class for quarterbacks is going to be weak. I actually think this was a smart move by the Patriots. And again, I like the fact they have Jacoby Brissett to rely on. Have you seen the Cavs-Mavs score? I did. Magic are putting a whooping on the Cavaliers tonight. Cole Mason, I feel like Bo Nix is pretty much the same player. Oh, I don't agree at all. Bo Nix physically isn't even close to the talent level that Drake May is. Again, Drake May is, 6'5"? You know, he's tall. He's a big-armed quarterback. Bo Nix is not a big guy. He doesn't have the athletic ability is not the same. I just don't see it the same way. I think the Patriots took the right guy. Yes, I do think it's going to take time for him to develop. I think the Patriots need to add offensive weapons around him. But I actually think the Patriots made the right decision, in part too because Drake May being so young, they've got time. I think the one thing the Patriots have, and this actually does come from them being a dynasty over the last 20 years prior to, under Belichick, is the Patriots have Super Bowls in recent history. So they understand that they may need to go through a bit of a process, and they don't have a fan base that's like, it's been decades. So the Patriots can take a little bit of time. Teams like the Cowboys need to win now. Frankly, teams like the Bears haven't been really competitive in decades. And I think it's a much different feel. Yoltz Timmy, I think J.C. Latham is the right pick for the Titans at number 7. So if that is who's coming off the board, it makes a lot of sense to me. IP Shade 45, great to have you with us. And you're right, Harbaugh builds through the trenches. Joe Alt made so much sense to me. I actually love that pick by the Chargers. Made a lot of sense. And again, I said it a moment ago, I like that the draft is going as we expected it to go because it tells me these teams are being smart. They're being disciplined. They're following best player in order of their needs and not just the flash. If J.J. McCarthy had gone earlier than he was supposed to, I would have kind of scratched my head and gone, what are they thinking? But clearly, the NFL draft is playing out as it should with teams making the right decision. Mel, who's the most underrated player still in the draft right now? Underrated? I guess it's Brock Bowers because there were times we thought Brock Bowers would be off the board by now. But that said, I think we're about to see J.C. Latham come off the board. What do you guys think? Who do you think is going to be the next pick? We're going to listen in as the commissioner makes the selection for the Titans. Titans are picking 7. Falcons are number 8. Bears are 9. That finishes out. And then the Jets are 10. That finishes out the top 10. So really curious to see how we get from the Titans to the Jets. Does Brock Bowers go? Rome Odunze, we would expect to go within these next 4 picks. Will a quarterback sneak in? We haven't seen a trade yet. Everyone was talking about a trade. Haven't seen one so far. Where do we get the first trade? Titans are on the clock. Their war room is officially celebrating. Again, I'm saying it's J.C. Latham. We'll find out in a moment if I'm right, but I'm making my predictions. So far, we've done pretty well with the predictions we've made. We'll find out if we get this one correct as well. Appreciate all of you guys watching the show. Make sure you hit the follow button. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you're with us every single day. It is so wonderful to have you guys with us watching the NFL Draft.
With the 7th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select J.C. Latham, tackle, Alabama.
Okay, so Butt Fumble Sports is doing pretty well in our predictions so far. Got J.C. Latham right there as well. Titans go with the tackle. Makes a lot of sense. As I mentioned, you're just putting a massive protection shield up in front of Will Levis. Absolutely love it. So far we've got Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, Marvin Harrison Jr., Joe Alt, Malik Neighbors, and J.C. Latham coming off the board. And now here comes the next big question. We've kind of had 3 or 4 pivot points so far, and we haven't hit it yet. I mentioned this when we first started the coverage about an hour and a half ago. The NFL Draft reminds me of the NCAA tournament in that I'm waiting for the moment when the madness hits. In the NCAA tournament, it's when that 15 seed upsets a number 2. It's when you get that first buzzer beater. That's when you officially get upset city. It's when you officially get the madness of March. Well, with the NFL Draft, it's when we get a trade or we get a selection that is outside the script, that's outside what we expected. So far, we haven't gotten that yet. We're almost like through a part of the NFL Draft where we're just like making predictions but right now a lot of chalk on our bracket for the NFL Draft. So when do we finally see a player come off the board that we didn't expect? I'm really curious about that. Will we get a defensive player? Will we get Rome Odunze? Where are we going to see the craziness of this draft finally take hold? We're waiting, obviously, now. The Titans pick was J.C. Latham. That's a great pick for the Titans, but where do the Falcons go? Falcons are in a really interesting spot. IP Shade, do Bears take a tackle to protect Caleb, or do they go Odunze? If the Bears have the opportunity to take Rome Odunze, I think they should take him. I think they should continue to build the offensive talent around Caleb Williams. I like the idea of taking a tackle to pair with Darnell Wright, but actually you only have Keenan Allen really for a year, so I'd actually like taking the wide receiver. Falcons are on the clock. The pick is in for the Falcons. Falcons making a very, very quick pick. I'm really curious to know where they go here. Wow. If I were the Falcons, where do you go? This is actually one where I don't have a good feel for this one. I'm really curious to know what you guys think. Falcons, where do you think they go? Brent, great to see you watching the show. Awesome to have you with us. IP Shades going Turner from Bama, the edge rusher. That would make a lot of sense as well. Really curious to know, do we finally get a defensive player off the board? If you were to go with an offensive if you're going to go with a defensive player, Dallas Turner obviously is who's being mentioned by IP Shade 45. Brent, how are things going? Oh, love and life. Great to have you with us. Hope you're enjoying the show. Hope you're being safe wherever you're watching. Hope all of you guys out there are loving our draft coverage. We are making our way through this NFL draft. First round, we have been live the entire first round, and we will continue to be live. We've got a long way to go, everybody, so having a lot of fun. Make a prediction, even if you're not as sure. You gotta. I like the pick, actually. I like the defensive pick. I like the Dallas Turner. I'm going to steal this one from IP Shade 45. I think that's right. I think they like the edge rusher. I think they understand that they've got good offensive talent. But I think that right now, as much as I want to say that they should go with an offensive tackle, I think it's Dallas Turner. I think that's the right pick. I think IP Shade's on to something. So that's where I'm going to go for this one. I know I'm probably going to be off. I think the streak's about to end on our predictions, but at least for 7, we went pretty well. But I say Dallas Turner with the Falcons, and then I'll say Rome Odunze with the Bears, and then I'll say Brock Bowers with the Jets. So that's my prediction for the next 3 picks. I then say J.J. McCarthy were to go to the Vikings. I could see, I don't know where the Broncos go then. Broncos get really interesting for me. That's where this draft once again kind of hits another pivot point. Because I think once we get past the Falcons, I feel like the next 3 picks we can kind of predict. Someone's saying J.J. McCarthy is being picked. I would be blown away if they went with J.J. McCarthy after signing Kirk Cousins. That would be shocking to me. Are people hearing it's J.J. McCarthy? That would be absolutely crazy to me. And the reason I say that is it makes no sense. It would make no sense for them to do that. So we'll find out in a minute. I don't think they're going to go Brock Bowers. I wish they would. It'd be an awesome tandem with Kyle Pitts, but I don't think they're going to. Here's the next pick.
With the 8th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Michael Penix Jr.
No way!
Quarterback.
No way! We just got crazy! Oh my God! No way! Wow!
From the University of Washington, started his career at Indiana, an injury-plagued career, but his last 2 years playing for Kalen DeBoer at Washington, is now at Alabama. Penix was
Why?
led the nation.
Why?
100 yards passing last year.
I mean, if you go by what?
Why would you do this? Why would you do this? I don't like this pick at all. I don't like this pick at all. Wow. I don't like this pick at all. Okay, on one level, I get that the Falcons may think they need a backup because Kirk Cousins' health situation, and then you have someone waiting in the wings who can throw, who can develop. On that level, okay, I get it. Here's what I don't like. Why? Why, when you have a team that you're trying to almost go all in on right now? The Falcons are trying to win a Super Bowl within the next 3 years. The deal you just made with Kirk Cousins is to chase a championship within the next 3 to 4 years. Why would you draft a backup? If Kirk Cousins goes down, maybe Michael Penix Jr. can fill in, but you miss out on a talented player. I don't like this one. I'm okay being wrong on this. I like Michael Penix Jr. a lot, but this one makes no sense to me. This is the first shock of the night. This is the first surprise. The NFL draft's officially hit us. Like, that was the moment. Like, I was just saying a moment ago, the draft isn't real until something crazy happens. You're right, El Pinche, the Falcons just pulled the Packers. They just pulled the Chiefs. They already have Alex Smith, and then they just went and got their Patrick Mahomes. This is a wild one to me because Michael Penix Jr. has an injury history of his own, so it's not like you're taking Kirk Cousins and okay, as an insurance policy, I'm getting a J.J. McCarthy. That would in some ways make more sense to me. Now, I like Michael Penix Jr. as a quarterback more than McCarthy. I think he's a better thrower of the football, but this is shocking to me because the Falcons could have added a top player. The Bears are now on the clock. The pick is in. I think Bears should go Rome Odunze. I think that's the way to go. So for me, this becomes a very obvious number 9 pick for the Bears. If I'm the Bears, I go Odunze. If I'm the Jets, I go Brock Bowers. I think that makes a lot of sense. So that's how I'd go. But the shock of the night, Michael Penix Jr. is shocking. I cannot believe the Falcons just did that. Welcome to the NFL Draft, everybody. It is officially on. It is officially on because we were waiting. We had gone through the first 7 picks. Everything was going kind of as scripted, as we expected. We literally called the first 7 picks correct. I thought the Falcons were going to go Dallas Turner. I am shocked they didn't. I'm shocked they went a quarterback, Michael Penix. Wow. Okay, winners and losers of this. Winner. J.J. McCarthy's actually a winner. Because J.J. McCarthy is still on the board, the fact that Michael Penix Jr. is gone just means that the urgency for teams still needing a quarterback makes J.J. McCarthy a little bit more valuable. Don't be surprised if a team tries to make a move. I still think 11. I've been saying this for a while. J.J. McCarthy to the Vikings at 11 makes the most sense. So that's where we go from here. Next pick is coming in. Chicago Bears on the clock. Again, I think it's going to be Rome Odunze. Let's see where the Bears go with this one.
Odunze to give him another receiver.
And Odunze tweeted, I think, when they came in.
Okay, we're still waiting on the commish to walk up. We'll see where he goes here. But Bears on the clock, second pick of the first round for them. Let's see. El Pinche. Oh, is Mel Kiper not happy? I think Michael Penix Jr. getting drafted is just a terrible. I also feel bad for him. Let's see.
With the 9th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Rome Odunze, wide receiver of Washington.
Well, the Bears become an interesting team right now. What a night.
Okay, Kirk Herbstreit just said it right. Look out for the Chicago Bears. The Chicago Bears just nailed their draft. Bravo to Chicago. They don't have a lot of draft picks in this draft. They only have a couple, but they just nailed it. I absolutely think the Bears just crushed it. They got Rome Odunze to fall to them. Their top 3 wide receivers are DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, Rome Odunze. Look out. I said it earlier in the night. I'll double down on it. Look out for Caleb Williams in fantasy right now. Not as a starter, but as someone to play on weeks maybe your starter's playing a top defense, maybe during bye weeks. Caleb Williams is going to have a phenomenal collection of receivers to throw to. The Chicago Bears are sexy right now. An offense that has a lot of talent, has speed, has ability. Look out. I love what the Bears just did. You could have argued that they should go for an offensive tackle. I don't care. I love the Rome Odunze. Makes so much sense. Meanwhile, Jose, Jets looking for anyone to trade for McCarthy. I think Michael Penix Jr. going where he did creates a little bit of a market for McCarthy, but not enough. In part because I think the Vikings are gonna draft him. I think the Vikings going with J.J. McCarthy makes the most sense. So that's what I would do. If I were the Jets, I'd go Brock Bowers. If I were the Vikings, IP Shade is saying the Vikings are trading up with the Jets. If that's the case, it's for J.J. McCarthy. If we have our first trade of the evening, a couple of people right now are letting us know Vikings are trading up a spot. That tells me it's J.J. McCarthy. And I said it a while ago. I said J.J. McCarthy to the Vikings literally an hour and a half ago. We've been talking now. I've been live since 7:30. I think this is a no-brainer for me. By the way, great move by the Jets. You move back just one pick. You can still draft Brock Bowers, but you also get a little bit more draft capital. For the Jets, great move. Absolutely love it. For the Vikings, you get the quarterback that you want him. Whether maybe not who you wanted. Maybe they wanted Michael Penix Jr. and instead they're going to get J.J. McCarthy. But I think this is a really smart move. So the Vikings are trading up. Vikings are moving up on the clock. And yeah, absolutely love it. I absolutely love it. Now again, to the kind of winners and losers of the night so far, I have to believe the Bears are such a big winner so far. I actually think the Chargers are a big winner. I want to give the Chargers a lot of credit. So Chargers, you didn't make a crazy move. You just got the best offensive tackle in the draft. Give you credit. And I also give credit to the fact, Giants, Malik Neighbors, you didn't go stupid. You didn't go J.J. McCarthy. You got a number one wide receiver. I really like it. So the Vikings have traded up. This is now the Vikings. So the Vikings are on the clock now. I'm assuming the Jets are traded back to 11, which they have. So a swap of these picks. I think we all know where this is going, folks. J.J. McCarthy, we can expect him to come off the board. Kind of interesting. I think J.J. McCarthy goes to a great situation if that is the case, because they have good wide receivers. Obviously, Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison, T.J. Hawkinson, some great receivers. But J.J. McCarthy, you are going to a tough division. Caleb Williams and the Bears look good. The Packers obviously look good. The Lions look amazing. So an interesting time if you're the Vikings, but I expect J.J. McCarthy is going to be taken off this draft board in a moment as the Vikings have made the first trade of the evening, folks. We thought we'd see a lot of trades. We've only seen one so far. So here's a recap of the first 9 picks of the draft so far. The Bears went number 1 with Caleb Williams. Home run pick, we all expected it. Commanders went with Jaden Daniels at number 2. Patriots went with Drake May, number 3. Some people thought that they were going to trade out of that. Nope, they're going Drake May. Cardinals went with Marvin Harrison Jr. and got their number 1 wide receiver to pair with Kyler Murray for the next few years. Chargers stayed put, went with Joe Alt, as I just mentioned a moment ago. Absolutely love that pick by them, building on that offensive line. Slater on one side of the offensive line, Joe Alt will be on the other. Giants got Malik Neighbors, the other number 1 wide receiver in the draft. Really, really good pick here. I know Daniel Jones isn't the quarterback of the future, but Malik Neighbors absolutely opens up this offense. I think that's a phenomenal pick. Titans went with J.C. Latham, the tackle out of Alabama. He was a right tackle in college. We'll see if he stays there. Falcons, first big shock of the night. Falcons went with Michael Penix Jr. That's where everything's changed. Once they went with Michael Penix Jr., changed everything. Bears then got Rome Odunze. Bears are crushing it. If you get Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze, I have to believe that Bears fans are absolutely doing cartwheels. What a loaded offense they have. They have a decent offensive line. Still could use being a little bit better. But that said, what a combination. DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, Rome Odunze, and you've got Cole Kmet as the tight end. DeAndre Swift is the running back. Bears offense could be dynamic, and that defense really came on strong on the final 6-7 weeks of the season. So look out for the Bears. I could see the Bears being this year's Houston Texans and making that kind of worst to first kind of flip in the standings. Keep your eye on the Chicago Bears. Love the draft that they had. Now the Minnesota Vikings have traded up from number 11 to number 10 with the New York Jets. I expect the Vikings to go with J.J. McCarthy, and I expect the Jets to go with Brock Bowers. What do you guys think out there? Who do you think goes where? I think Dallas at some point going to take Trey Benson. I think Dallas may trade back. I think they're going to go address the offensive line, but I think Dallas could try to acquire some more draft capital. So it wouldn't shock me that Cowboys are in a brutal salary cap position, so it may be smart for them to be able to acquire really cheap talent that you get through the draft. So getting a few more draft picks would make sense for the Dallas Cowboys. I expect J.J. McCarthy to come off the board, which means Joel McPeters is absolutely right. It would be J.J. McCarthy to J.J., a.k.a. Justin Jefferson, little JJ to JJ love. Let's see where the 10th pick of the draft comes in as we're closing in on almost a third of the way through this first round. I am so pumped that you guys are with us. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. Make sure you hit the follow button. That way you never miss when we're live. We're actually live every single day. We talk sports, fantasy sports, sports betting every day on TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. So make sure you follow. That way you never miss our show. That way you can obviously catch our action every time we go live. Next pick is coming in. Minnesota Vikings. IP Shade 45 knows where it's at. Thanks so much for the confetti. Now it's a party as we have to clean up all this confetti on the ground. Vikings trade up. They get the number 10 pick and they get a 6th round pick. Jets are getting number 11, a 4th and a 5th. Nice trade for the Jets. You move back just one pick and you get a 4th and a 5th round pick. So really well done by the Jets. Got to give credit where credit's due. Love what I'm seeing from them. Vikings on the clock. We expect J.J. McCarthy to be the name. Anyone have any crazy ones? El Pinche saying, please be Bo Nix. Wouldn't that be hilarious if Bo Nix slept in there and took the place of J.J. McCarthy? I don't think that's going to be the case, but we'll have to find out. I don't have any picks on Jokic on assists. I am full NFL draft tonight, so sorry. No NBA player prop bets for tonight's action. Commissioner is coming out to the podium. Let's see what the Minnesota Vikings are going to do, everybody.
The cool things the NFL does, some picks in the draft, honor people in the community and allow for some specialty picks. Let's go to the...
I'm hearing JJ.
To help make the Minnesota Vikings selection, we are honored to have with us the surviving mother, brothers, and nephew of fallen hero, United States Army Sergeant Zachary Ewing. Zachary died after a battle with cancer, a cancer that was discovered after he was injured during his second deployment to Iraq. We salute him and thank his family and TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, which offers care to those grieving the loss of a military loved one. I'm now going to turn this over to Sergeant Ewing's nephew, Asher, who will announce the pick in honor of his uncle.
There you go. Expecting J.J. McCarthy.
With the 10th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select
J.J. McCarthy,
quarterback, Michigan.
J.J. McCarthy.
Okay, this draft is going as we all expected. So far, the only thing that is outside of our expectations is Michael Penix Jr. going to the Atlanta Falcons. But other than that, this draft is going exactly as we anticipated. And I mean exactly as we anticipated. I am not surprised by this at all. A lot of people were saying the Vikings were going to trade up for a quarterback. Frankly, things went even better for the Vikings. I actually think the Vikings won the first round because they didn't have to trade up for the quarterback. They get to keep their second first-round pick. They don't move up. They get their guy. I think this really fits. I think this is a really good combination. They already have a great wide receiver core, so it's not like they have to go through the process of building up a talent base around J.J. McCarthy. They need some offensive line help for sure, but they've got that second pick in the first round. I would spend that on an offensive lineman. Right now, the winners of this draft are the NFC North. The NFC North is killing it. The Bears are killing it. I love what the Vikings just did. The Vikings held their ground. They didn't trade up. Now, maybe that's because they weren't willing to make the spectacular Godfather offer to some of these other teams. But I absolutely love what they did. By just standing their ground, they not only get their quarterback of the future, but they still have that first overall pick, which is going to allow them to address the offensive line. This is an absolute win. Love this. And by the way, if I'm the Jets, great move. Great move. You weren't going to take J.J. McCarthy. You acquire a 4th and a 5th round pick. Now you're going to take, if I'm the Jets, I go Brock Bowers. That's the guy who makes the most sense to me here. I think adding him to this offense, if J.C. Latham or if Joe Alt was still on the board, I'd be willing to go there. But right now, I think Brock Bowers is the best player on the board. By the way, we are 11 picks into the draft, so we are a third of the way through this draft. I hope you guys are loving the content, loving the conversation. Make sure you hit the follow button. Ray, AFC North as winners. Yeah, I won't be saying that come playoff time. AFC North or NFC North? I like the NFC North. I think the AFC North is in a tougher spot. Jose, Jets get to trade back and take Bowers. I think that would be a home run for the Jets. The Jets pick is in. I think it's going to be Brock Bowers. I've been saying that for a while. That's how I see this coming down. So that's my expectation. We're still waiting, obviously, on the pick. But this has been a fun first round so far. Not as many surprises. To me, the only surprise so far is Michael Penix Jr. going to the Falcons. I don't get that one at all. Right now, I don't understand that. Like, I do if you talk me into it, but frankly, the level of talent that they could have added to a position of need is greater than getting a backup quarterback. I know Kirk Cousins is coming off an injury. I know Michael Penix creates a good insurance policy there, but just don't like it. Sorry, I put JJ McCarthy in the wrong spot. Thanks for letting me know. JJ McCarthy's got to go there. Thanks for letting me know. We're 10 picks through. Thanks, El Pinche. 5 quarterbacks in the top 10. Yeah. Not surprised, though. Not surprised. Again, the only surprise is where Penix Jr. went. If you told me that the Raiders had traded up with the Falcons at 8 and took Michael Penix Jr., I'd go, oh, that totally makes sense. I'm all about it. But, Craig, I both get it, Craig, but at the same time, the Falcons are maybe a piece or two away from winning the NFC South. So I'm just surprised that they're investing in an insurance policy for quarterback as opposed to addressing an important position on the O-line, D-line, secondary. I'm just surprised by it. That's all. Let's see what the next pick is.
You know the anticipation is going through the Jet fans right now. He's walking a little slowly. Look at him.
With the 11th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Olu Fasanel.
Wow, offensive tackle. Wow, okay, really smart move. I got to give the Jets credit. I have to give the Jets a lot of credit here. This is actually a really smart pick. Olu Fashanu is a really good offensive tackle from Penn State. I love the pick. This is one in which the Jets got it right. I hate saying it. I love when the Jets screw up a draft pick, but frankly, I really like this one. You got a guy who can absolutely bully his way around. He's really good. He can attack the second level of a defense. I think he's going to fit really well in there. And more importantly, the Jets had to protect Aaron Rodgers. Going into this offseason, there was only one thing that they had to do. They had to make sure that they were blocking for Aaron Rodgers, creating a good offensive line. El Pinche's right. Tyrone Smith is injury prone. I love what the Jets did this offseason, adding a couple offensive linemen, but you can't add enough. Just keep getting them. Keep drafting them. Keep signing them. Do whatever you can, because if Aaron Rodgers can stay healthy, the Jets have a top-tier defense. If their offense can just keep Aaron Rodgers healthy, the Jets are an AFC Championship contender. I know that sounds crazy. They are absolutely an AFC Championship contender. So with that said, I absolutely love the pick. This is a great move by the Jets. Yes, I think Brock Bowers would have made a lot of sense, but you know what? I love it. Broncos have already put their pick in, so the Broncos are not only on the clock, but the pick is in. And now with J.J. McCarthy gone, with Michael Penix Jr. gone, with the top 5 quarterbacks gone, things change very, very quickly for the Broncos, for the Raiders. By the way, Brock Bowers has now fallen outside the top 11. Brock Bowers to the Colts would be a steal. Craig, whoever gets Brock Bowers now is a steal because talent-wise, he's a top 10 talent. Things are getting interesting by the second. I absolutely love the Jets pick. I think the Jets and Chargers made really smart moves. Titans as well, just addressing the offensive line. So we've seen a run on tackle. We've seen 3 tackles taken. We've seen a run on wide receiver, 3 wide receivers taken. We've seen a run on quarterback, 5 quarterbacks taken. So those are the only 3 positions that have come off the board so far. Kind of interesting, actually. We thought those were the top 3 positions. That's what we expected. Now we have to start taking bets. Where does the first defensive player get taken? When do we see a defensive player? It could be for a while. I mean, Broncos, Raiders, Saints, Colts, you could continue to see offensive talent come off the board. We're getting to that point in the draft, though, where who's available versus trading back and maybe getting 2 top-tier talents. We're almost to that point where it may be worth it. So we'll see if a few more trades come out. That said, we're going to keep our eye not just on the NFL draft. We're obviously keeping our eye on the NBA playoffs as well. The Orlando Magic put a beatdown on the Cleveland Cavaliers earlier tonight. So the Magic have gotten a win in that series. The other game that's going on, 76ers and the Knicks. That game is playing right now. 76ers have a 5-point lead right now in the third quarter. 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. By the way, Orlando Magic won by almost 40 points. Just a massive win by the Orlando Magic. Nuggets and Lakers tip off in just about a half hour. As for the NHL, Carolina Hurricanes currently have a 3-2 lead over the Islanders. Florida Panthers are leading 4-2 over the Tampa Bay Lightning. And in a surprise, the New York Yankees are losing 3-1 to the Oakland Athletics. So if you were looking for some shocking baseball outcomes today, you might have one, as the Oakland A's are trying to take 2 of 3 from the New York Yankees. Juan Soto up right now. Keeping our eye on that game. I don't know if you are aware of Oakland's bullpen. They've got an awesome bullpen led by their closer Miller, who throws like an average of 102, 103 miles per hour. He's going up against Juan Soto and Judge right now. So if you're looking for some non-NFL draft entertainment, you can go check that out right now. I know we're all keeping our eyes on the NFL draft, though. That's what our number one priority is. Appreciate you guys watching the show. Make sure you hit the follow button. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you never miss a time when we go live. We are covering the entire NFL draft. We are 11 picks through, 3 tackles taken, 3 wide receivers taken, 5 quarterbacks taken. Jose, to be a fly on the wall in the Broncos war room, I agree with you. Sean Payton, where are you going to go with this one? This is an interesting pick, in part because by adding Zach Wilson, you feel a little bit differently about the quarterback position, maybe just a little bit. I'm not saying that Zach Wilson is a starting quarterback, but it changes the urgency to move up and trade for a quarterback. Is Bo Nix coming off the board? I don't know. Personally, I like Spencer Rattler more than I like Bo Nix, but I might be one of the crazy few. By the way, I'm going to make this the time in the evening where I'm going to ask, where are you watching from? Throw your location in the comment section. I'd love to find out where are you watching the show right now. So make sure that you throw it in the comment section, everybody. Butt Fumble Sports, where are you watching our NFL draft coverage? We got someone in Denver. We got a couple people in Denver. Warren, Ohio, Oklahoma, San Diego, Riverside, California. So great to have you guys watching from all over the country and all over the world. California, San Francisco, Cincinnati's got the war room. Saskatchewan in the house. Dallas, but a Dolphins fan. West Coast, Best Coast. Phoenix, but a Cowboys fan. Toronto, we got a Steelers fan in the house. Great to have you guys with us. So people are saying that the rumors are Bo Nix is coming off the board. Is Bo Nix going to be drafted by the Denver Broncos? Rumors on Twitter say it is. That is what it is. The rumors are true. Bo Nix, let's listen into this moment.
The season certainly started poorly, and here's Goodell.
With the 12th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Bo Nix, quarterback.
Stunning.
Wow.
Stunning. We have had 6 quarterbacks taken in the first 12 picks of this draft. I am shocked. Here's the thing. IP Shade 45, you literally took the words right out of my mouth. Sean Payton worked for years with Drew Brees. Who have we been saying all night reminds us of Drew Brees? Bo Nix. Bo Nix has a lot of qualities, has a lot of talent that are on the same level with Bo Nix. Drew Brees, Bo Nix, it's a comparison that's easy to make. I love it. I think Sean Payton gets a guy he can work with, and he didn't have to trade up. If there's one thing we've kind of learned so far from this evening is that teams like the teams like the Broncos and the Vikings, they didn't need to trade up to get their quarterback. So really interesting, the fact that these guys can kind of stay put and get their guy. Raiders are a team that miss out. Raiders miss out. 6 quarterbacks going in the first 12 picks mean the Raiders don't get Michael Penix Jr., don't get Bo Nix. I actually think the fact that the Raiders needed a quarterback probably went into why the Falcons went with Michael Penix Jr. with their number 8 pick. But that said, Raiders might want to wait. I think the next best quarterback on the board, obviously, is Spencer Rattler. If I were the Raiders, I would draft another position, and I'd draft for the offensive line. I'd go back to the offensive line. So yeah, you don't need to go get a tight end. You already had a tight end from last year's draft class. But Brock Bowers, all of a sudden, could Brock Bowers go to the Saints or the Colts? That's the big question. Raiders have Minshew. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah. Little ass boy. Got any futures bets that I like? Well, I'll tell you, I really like the Bears futures bets right now. If there's a team that vaulted themselves into maybe the wild card conversation this evening, it's the Chicago Bears. They got their quarterback. They got another stud wide receiver. They already made great additions during the offseason. I think the Chicago Bears are not just a big winner of this draft, but I'd seriously consider them for over their win total. Another team I'd consider, New York Jets. Another bet I'd consider, I think the New York Jets could win the AFC East. The Bills have taken a step back. The Dolphins have taken a step back. The Patriots are non-existent. I think the New York Jets could win the AFC East, the division. I wouldn't be surprised if the New York Jets made their way to the AFC Championship game. So that's a bet that I'd be willing to take. Is it really bright there? They're wearing sunglasses. Clearly, they're just trying to be super cool. Oh. Okay. What about who day? Who are the Bengals going to draft? Look, if Brock Bowers somehow fell through the Saints and the Colts, I think the Bengals would love to be able to take him. But I think the Bengals are really waiting on best player available, and I think we still have some question marks as to who that is. Saints will probably take the first defensive player off the board. One team that I actually think is doing really well in this draft, they haven't gone yet, the Los Angeles Rams. The Rams are hoping that defensive players fall. The Rams are hoping that defensive talent falls in their direction, and they're in a good position to actually get one of the top 3 defensive players. Let's hear for the Raiders.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Brock Bowers, tight end, Georgia.
Well, that could be the best player in the draft right there. They ended up going, what number was that? 13.
Okay, that's a little surprising to me. Brock Bowers might be, as mentioned by Kirk Herbstreit, might be the best player in the draft. I don't like this pick, actually. I don't like this pick at all, and I'll tell you why. The Raiders drafted a tight end in last year's first round out of Notre Dame. Brock Bowers, as talented as he is, he's more of like a Travis Kelce-like tight end. He's not a great blocker. He is more of a receiving tight end. So you need a quarterback to throw to him. Okay, you're telling me Gardner Minshew's the guy. Yes, I kind of like Brock Bowers being paired with Devontae Adams, but overall, I just don't feel like this is the right place for him. This actually has me concerned. This is the kind of player that's like, this is a great player going to the wrong place. If I had to say there's a loser right now in this draft, I might say it's Brock Bowers, because I don't think the Raiders are a good fit for him at all. They don't have the right personnel. I would have gone offensive line if I were the Raiders. I think that would have been a smarter play. I'm surprised Brock Bowers goes to this spot. I mean, he fell. He's a top 10 talent. To me, this is the Raiders taking the best player on the board rather than a player of need. I don't get this pick. I think this is a bit of a mistake. I think the Raiders just said collectively they can't believe Brock fell. I think that's right. Brian Texas is absolutely right. I think the Raiders draft staff said, oh, this guy's still on the board. He's the best player on the board. Let's select him, even if we don't need him. Well, actually, you didn't need him. You could have used another tackle. You could have used another defensive player. I just feel like this is a bad pick for the Raiders. It's not that he's a bad player. It's that he's the wrong player for them right at this spot. Honestly, there have been 2 picks so far that I don't really like. Michael Penix Jr. at 8 to the Falcons and Brock Bowers to the Raiders. 2 players who I think went to the wrong place. I think they went to the wrong teams. I think they went to teams that have a plan in mind, but frankly, those plans aren't what's best for the player. So I don't really like this one. I think the Raiders made a bit of a reach on Brock Bowers. I wish they had gone in another direction. Really interesting, though. We finally get our 4th position taken off the board. We had 6 quarterbacks go in the first 12 picks. We've had 3 tackles go, 3 wide receivers go. Guys, get ready. We're about to have a run on wide receivers again. There are a number 3 or 4 wide receivers that are worthy of going within the next 10, 12 picks. So don't be surprised if wide receiver continues to be mentioned frequently. I absolutely expect that to be the case. But overall, a bit of a surprise there, Raiders going with Brock Bowers. What do you guys think? Do you like the Brock Bowers pick? What do you guys think? Very curious to know. By the way, for those that are asking or curious, the 76ers have opened a 13-point lead on the New York Knicks. Funny, a night in which I decided not to bet. We are actually calling things pretty right, but overall, really surprised by it. By the way, great tweet here. So Michael Penix Jr. is one of the older players in this draft. When Kirk Cousins' contract that he just signed with the Vikings, when it expires, Michael Penix Jr. will be 28 years old. So this isn't like Drake May, where you're getting a guy who's young, you're going to have him sit, and then by the time he matures and develops, he'll be right at the perfect age to take over the job. Michael Penix Jr. is an older quarterback because of injuries, because of the COVID year. Really interested by it. By the way, Brian Texas, Bo Nix's biggest mistake. I don't think it's a mistake. Look, I don't like Bo Nix as a player. I think he's a fine person or whatever. I don't like him as a player and I don't like him as a prospect. But I'm not going to say it's a mistake because at least I get what they're going for. They had to know what it reminds me of. It reminds me of the Patriots drafting Mac Jones a couple of years ago. It's they wanted a quarterback. All these other quarterbacks have been taken ahead of him. This is the next guy on the board. So do I like it? No, but it makes sense. I understand it. I think that there are some reasons actually to why you can like it. The reason I actually do like it is because, again, Sean Payton working with Drew Brees, you could see Bo Nix kind of fitting that mold. But overall, I just think they needed a quarterback and they're willing to take the chance. So I don't hate it for the Broncos. I'm not surprised Michael Penix went before JJ, and here's why. Michael Penix is a better thrower of the football. You could just watch his film. I'm not saying he's a better winner. I'm not saying that he's healthier. But when it comes to throwing the football, which is what you want your quarterback to be able to do at an elite level, Michael Penix Jr. might be the best thrower of the football in this draft class. I include Caleb Williams at times. Michael Penix Jr. throws a really good ball into tight windows. He's uber talented. Obviously, the injury history and his inability to run around. But I have to believe there's some reason to like Michael Penix Jr. ahead of JJ. You were so long-winded. We're doing our best to try to make the most of the comments that we have out here with each draft pick. So, okay. Thanks for the critique. Drake May to New England. Let's go. Great pick by the Patriots, in part because they have a plan in place. They're going with Jacoby Brissett with that first year. He's going to be the starting quarterback. So that's why I really like it, because they're not going to ask too much of Drake May too early. Did Chicago take USC Williams? Yes, they did, Jeff. Chargers are so stupid for taking alt when they are in such just... I disagree, Pluex. I love going with the offensive lineman. Wide receiver, you used a first-round pick on a wide receiver last year. You need Quentin Johnston to step up, but getting an offensive lineman is investing in the health and longevity of Justin Herbert. I think it's a smart play. By the way, if I were the Patriots, I would cut Bailey Zappi. I don't want Bailey Zappi for a moment thinking that he's going to take the spot of Drake May. Bailey Zappi played some games there in New England with Mac Jones, trying to kind of get in his head, make him believe that the quarterback room wasn't as friendly to him and as warm a place as it should be. If I were the Patriots, I'd cut Bailey Zappi right away. LA Bolts, I don't get the Brock Bowers move either. That one doesn't make sense to me. I feel like they reached a little bit. They took the best player, but I don't think they took the best player for them and for their roster needs. By the way, I can't stand Bailey Zappi. He's overrated for a player who's not that talented. I don't understand why New England fans are like so in love with him. Why cut Bailey Zappi? Because frankly, he's not good enough to be a quarterback. He's not good enough to be a backup, and he's only going to try to undermine Drake May, where the Patriots should be investing every resource they have into Drake May being the next starting quarterback. So I think Bailey Zappi should be cut. Broncos, we're scared the Raiders were going to take Bo Nix. Maybe, but I actually think that Sean Payton liked Bo Nix from the start. I think there were a lot of reasons that Bo Nix just fit a Sean Payton kind of quarterback. So as much as we want to say it's about the fact that the Broncos were trying to get ahead of the Raiders in some AFC West kind of one-upsmanship, I actually think it's that Sean Payton saw that Bo Nix really fit them. I think it is a bit of a reach because I don't think Bo Nix is talented enough to be a first-round quarterback. But at the same time, if you think a quarterback is worth it, get him in the first round because then you have the fifth-year option, so it makes a little bit of sense. The New Orleans Saints are next on the clock. Let's hear what their pick is.
They continued the offensive onslaught or go D.
With the 14th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Talaiise Fuaga,
offensive tackle.
Oregon State.
Offensive tackle. This is exactly what we thought was going to happen. Smart move. I really like this pick. This is one that it's not sexy. It's not a sexy pick. An offensive tackle out of Oregon. Not one that you're necessarily going to get really pumped about if you're a New Orleans Saints fan. But the truth of the matter is, this is a massive human being. This is a really good pick. It's another good offensive tackle that's coming off the board. This is the fourth tackle that's come off the board so far in the first round, and this is a good one. I really like this pick for the Saints. Look, if Brock Bowers had been on the board, I would have endorsed putting Brock Bowers up there if I were the Saints. But that said, you need to continue to build an offensive line. You need to continue to protect Derek Carr. I really like this pick. Talaiise Fuaga of Oregon State. This is a good one. Really good. Another tackle comes off the board. By the way, I love this tackle class, and it is going fast. So if you guys want a tackle, if you're a team looking for a tackle, you might need to start trading up. I thought there would be a run on wide receiver. Nope, there's been a run on tackle. So we've had a quarterback taken in the last three picks. We've had a tight end, and we've had a tackle. Where does Thomas fall? I think Thomas... Look, it's interesting where the Colts are at right now. Colts are a team that are really interesting. I don't necessarily think because they had Josh Downs last year, they have Michael Pittman Jr. Don't know if they're going to go. I think they should probably go defense, believe it or not. Colts could go offensive line as well. But Colts were probably hoping for Brock Bowers. So it's kind of interesting. The Padres and Yankees sold me bad. Yeah, Jay, both of those teams. By the way, the Padres loss was really bad. Like they had like a 9-4 lead and blew it. So when does Bean make a move? I actually think that the Bills, Brandon Bean, is in a great spot. So the Bills are at 28. The fact that wide receivers, we haven't seen the run on wide receivers that we thought. Now, there's definitely a chance for it. But when you think between number 15 and between where the Bills are now, you think that the Vikings don't need to draft a wide receiver. The Eagles don't need to draft a wide receiver. The Dolphins don't need to draft a wide receiver, and the Cowboys don't need to draft a wide receiver. You could put the Bengals and the Rams on there too. So all of a sudden, you've got a number of teams that actually don't need a wide receiver. The Bills could be well positioned to have a wide receiver fall right into their laps. I actually think the Bills are in a decent position right now. If anything, though, a couple of comments I just want to make about the picks we've seen so far this evening. Bears killed it. Bears absolutely won the night. I think that the Vikings crushed it because the Vikings got J.J. McCarthy without trading up, and they still have that pick at number 23. Vikings did a great job. I give a lot of credit to the Chargers, Titans, Jets, and Saints. You could have gone in stupid directions, but instead you went with an offensive lineman, really talented players at positions of need. So I just like how this draft is playing out. So far, I haven't seen too many stupid picks. So far, the stupid picks I've seen are the Falcons going with Michael Penix Jr. and the Raiders going with Brock Bowers. Those are the two that I'm like, what the hell is happening here? Pluex, my biggest surprise is that Arnold wasn't drafted. I had him in my top 10. Really interested by that. Thoughts on the Steelers? Steelers are in a great position right now to get a wide receiver. I think the Steelers are pumped by the fact that Bo Nix went in the top 12. I think they're pumped that tackles, I think they wish they could get an offensive tackle, so they're not thrilled about that. But they like the fact that wide receivers are still on the board. By the way, 6 quarterbacks taken in the first round of the draft. First time that's happened since 1983. Obviously, the very famous draft with Elway, Marino, Kelly. Everyone talks about it. We thought tonight was going to be that kind of night. We saw a run on quarterback, but it's exactly like I told you guys. Almost. Not in picks 4, 5, and 6, and 7, but rather it was 8, it was 12. So it was 8, 10, and 12. Those were the spots where we saw the quarterbacks go. By the way, so far, only one trade. Kind of surprised there. I thought we would see some more trades so far. Haven't seen that. Kirk Cousins was not given the heads up. I think it's a terrible pick. I really don't like the Falcons pick, largely because I think they needed to add another talented player to the roster to help them get closer to an NFC South title. Drafting a backup quarterback for Kirk Cousins made no sense to me. If you wanted to get that in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th round, fine. But to use a first-round pick on a backup quarterback for at least the next year or two made no sense. Frankly, I think Michael Penix Jr. injury history makes it an even worse pick. So you're not even getting an insurance policy that's that good. Yeah, I thought Dallas Turner would have made a lot of sense. GovMule, that's what we had predicted when we were making our selections for the draft in real time. I said Dallas Turner, that would have made sense. Guys, no defensive player taken off the board so far. Still waiting on a defensive player. So when do we get the first defensive player of the draft? The Colts pick is in. We are waiting on the commissioner to make his way to the podium to announce the next one. Really excited about, obviously, where the Colts are going to go. I love what the Colts have done over the last year. Anthony Richardson is supremely talented. They just need to keep him healthy. I like that they locked up Michael Pittman rather. I like that they locked up Jonathan Taylor. So they've got their talented offensive players. Now they need to add maybe some talent on defense. Just a thought. So maybe you want to, just go with that. My guy is a Pats fan, Raiders hater. IP Shade 45. I will say this. I think that the Raiders are a team that, because they don't have a locked-in quarterback, could have gone in so many directions. I just don't understand Brock Bowers. I don't get that one. That one doesn't make sense.
Bowers and everybody.
Let's see where the Colts go.
All of these guys are people we've enjoyed being around. We've enjoyed watching them play on the field, talking to them off the field, and now the Indianapolis Colts have sent their pick into Commissioner Roger Goodell as he makes his way toward the podium. The Colts about to make the 15th pick in the draft.
With the 15th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Laiatu Latu, defensive end.
Wow. Wow, the first defensive player comes off the board. Not the one I expected. Laiatu Latu, not who I thought we'd be talking about right here. I thought it'd be Dallas Turner. Interesting, an edge rusher from UCLA. So the Colts added defensive talent. Not the player I had on the board at this spot, but this is definitely one where if you think this is the best defensive player, you got him. So I give the Colts a little bit of credit here. They went defense. I think they made the smart move. I'm a little bit surprised. Again, just not who I would have put in this spot. It's not who I thought was the most talented defensive player. But you know what? They got an edge rusher. They're going to build a really good defense here. I like what they did. So I'm not going to hate on it. Colts, kind of a, I give it like a B minus. It's just not the player I would have gone with, but not a pick that I hate. BMJ, Penix could be 27 before he sees a start. Yeah, pretty crazy. So, first defensive player off the board at number 15. I'm curious to know which draft has had a later defensive pick than this one. Pretty crazy. So, Laiatu Latu from UCLA off the board. Is your answer still the same for the Rams now as it gets closer? Absolutely, Brent. Absolutely. Murphy from Texas, the defensive lineman. Look, you're trying to replace Aaron Donald. Now, you're obviously not going to replace him, but you're going to find the next guy to fill that void, and I think that's what they need to do. Rams are really well positioned. Actually, teams that I think are in a really good spot right now, Rams to get a defensive lineman, Steelers to get a wide receiver, and I just love what the Vikings can do so many things at 23, but the fact that they got JJ and didn't need to trade up, love it. IP Shade 45 letting us know that Latu, high motor, great attitude, Max Crosby 2.0. Well, then I certainly love that. I mean, he kind of reminds me of Jalen Phillips out of the U, who is with the Miami right now. Kind of reminds me of that. Long, lanky edge rusher, so I could see that. Michael, will the Chiefs go wide receiver? Yes. Chiefs are going to go wide receiver for sure in my mind, in part because if they weren't going to go with it already, I think the Rashee Rice incident is going to motivate them to go wide receiver again. They have Hollywood Brown now after that trade with the Cardinals, so I think the Chiefs are in a great position to get the kind of wide receiver with great speed like a Worthy, who's just going to pair well with Mahomes. Yeah. Pittsburgh is a couple picks away. We are at pick 16 right now with the Seahawks. We are making our way through the NFL draft. It is so awesome to have all of you guys with us, no matter the platform you're watching on, TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, Kick. It's awesome knowing that there are so many of you guys who are joining the show. Calculated. Chiefs would like wide receiver unless a good tackle is available. I agree with you. I still think it's going to be wide receiver, in part because I think tackles are going off the board quick, and I don't think the Rams are going to make the kind of move to go get one. Pluex, do you think Byron Murphy can drop to the Vikings? Probably not. Probably not, in large part because I think for Murphy to get through there, he'd have to get past the Rams, and as I've been saying, I think he's a perfect fit for the Rams, so I kind of feel like that's the spot. I want the Steelers to draft a cornerback from Toledo. I don't think that's going to happen. They drafted Joey Porter Jr. last year. To me, it makes more sense if they went with a wide receiver. I think that's where the Steelers should go. Obviously, moving on from Deontay Johnson. So if I were the Steelers, that's what I would take. Appreciate you guys watching the show. We are going to talk some fantasy implications for a moment. Really quick. Raiders, Brock Bowers. How do we feel about it? I'm not as high on it. I obviously was really curious to know where Brock Bowers was going to go. If he would go to a really good team, maybe he'd become a really good fantasy pickup. If he had gone to like a Bengals or a Colts, I'd feel better about it. But I'm not really motivated to take him in fantasy going to the Raiders unless it is literally like a last round of the draft, a $1 pickup in an auction draft kind of situation. But I don't like Brock Bowers in a fantasy situation. Some players I do like that we've talked about tonight for fantasy football, Marvin Harrison Jr. I think Marvin Harrison Jr. could put up massive numbers. Obviously, they have Trey McBride, but other than that, they don't have a ton of receivers there who are going to outshine Harrison Jr. I think Kyler Murray will make him the obvious number one target, so expect Marvin Harrison Jr. to perform well. I think that another one to keep your eye on, obviously, is Malik Neighbors, but the problem is I don't love the quarterback situation. So Roma Dumze becomes a better option in terms of fantasy. Maybe in terms of talent on the field, I like Neighbors more. But for fantasy, I think Roma Dumze could be kind of an interesting one. Probably won't get enough targets with the other mouths to feed in that offense, but just a thought. You need two good lockdown receivers for division. Go against KC in the playoffs. I understand. I think the Steelers need to get a wide receiver here. I think the Steelers need a wide receiver to address the fact that they don't have enough talent around Russell Wilson right now. So, Butt Fumbler, let's go Michael Penix love. Michael Penix Jr. is the surprise of this draft. Did not see this one coming. I fully expected Michael Penix Jr. to be off the board by pick 16, but I didn't expect him to be going at number 8. And of all places, the Atlanta Falcons. This one really surprises me. For a number of reasons, I thought that Michael Penix Jr. would have fit better in some other places. The Bears now have 3 wide receiver ones. I agree. Bears are in a phenomenal spot. What pick is it? We are on pick 16. Seattle Seahawks are on the clock. I'm shocked my Bears got Williams and Odunze. Marcus Elias, I'll say this. If you were to play Madden tomorrow with updated rosters, the Bears would be one of the most fun teams to play with. That tells you a lot about what their offense is capable of. They have a good running game with DeAndre Swift. They have a good tight end in Cole Kmet. They have a decent offensive line that will probably be made better with some additional moves. But I just love this receiving core. You add that to a really good defense, a defense that could sneak into the top 12, top 10 maybe. All of a sudden, Bears are on the fringe contention for a wild card spot. So a lot of reasons to believe the Chicago Bears, their brightest days are ahead. Appreciate you guys watching the show. If you're new to Butt Fumble Sports, make sure you hit the follow button. We're live every single day that we can be, talking sports, sports betting, fantasy sports. So make sure if you're watching our show right now, we are on obviously for the NFL draft, but we are live almost every day. So hit that follow button. Michigan's going to break the record for the most NFL draft picks. Will they? I feel like that's either Alabama or, oh, Mrs. Lady, thanks so much. I feel like that's either Alabama or the U. They had pretty good draft classes back in the day. Brian, Texas, stash Rome on your bench. Kind of an interesting idea to do that. Where do you see Blake going? Blake Corum? Not until the 3rd, 4th round. I think it's going to be a little while. This running back class is really poor. I just don't see that being one that people are excited about. Think Pats go wide receiver or offensive line next? Yes, yes, yes. Here's my question. Are they going to trade that 2nd round pick to the 49ers for Brandon Ayuk? If they don't, I would trade up and try to get a wide receiver or to get an offensive lineman. They need both of them. Keep your eye on Mims. I could see them trading up for Mims. Hoxie, Giants surprised me. I actually called the Giants pick when it was happening. I think Malik Neighbors makes a lot of sense. He's incredibly talented. They needed a wide receiver one, and I don't think they fell in love with J.J. McCarthy enough to feel like it was an upgrade going from Daniel Jones going to J.J. McCarthy. So I actually give the Giants credit. They went with the best player. They didn't go with the sexy narrative. I think they made the right decision. These defensive players are sliding. Not surprised, Jose. We all thought the defensive players were going to slide. I actually think this is one area in which the rich are going to get richer. Talented teams like the Bills, like the Ravens, the 49ers, the Chiefs, the Lions especially. The Lions need help on defense. They are going to get a good defensive player because someone's going to fall way beyond where they should. So the rich get richer in a draft that sees 6 quarterbacks go in the first 12 picks. Did you know me and Malik are from the same town? Candyman, obviously not, because I didn't know what town you went to. So anyways, I want to give a big shout out to all of our viewers, no matter the platform you're watching on. It is so awesome to know that you guys are making time to make us a part of your draft content consumption. Who do you think the Chiefs are taking? I think it's Worthy out of Texas. I think they fell in love with him. I do want to give one wide receiver that I fell in love with during this draft, Keon Coleman. Keon Coleman from Florida State may not go until the second round. That dude is a dog. That dude is like a poor man's DK Metcalf. I love that player. Let's see.
In the United States military, your sacrifices to defend our country's freedom.
Seahawks are next to pick.
Unnoticed. Thank you so much. With the 16th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Byron Murphy, defensive tackle, Texas. Great fellow.
This is a great pick. This is a great pick by the Seattle Seahawks. I love what they just did. Over the last few years, the Seahawks have addressed their secondary. They've done a really good job of getting cornerbacks. I like this pick because this stabilizes their defensive front. I understand some of you guys may not like it, but I think Byron Murphy going to the Seahawks makes a lot of sense. They just brought in a defensive-minded head coach. I think this is a perfect fit for them. They're going to be physical up front. Byron Murphy's someone who's going to take away the run, and it's going to force you to have to pass against a really good secondary. Love this pick. Love this pick. I think this is a really good one. I actually want to give a lot of credit right here to the Seattle Seahawks. Oh, we have a trade. We have a trade. The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded their pick to the Vikings. Guys, we have a trade. We have a trade. Jaguars have traded their pick to the Vikings. So our second pick of the evening has just occurred as the Vikings are trading up. Really interesting here. Vikings are trading up. I would assume to get an offensive lineman. That's what I would guess. I would feel like the Vikings want to get in front of the Cincinnati Bengals to get an offensive lineman. That would make a lot of sense. By the way, if I were the Bengals, I would then go with I'd then go wide receiver. If I'm Bengals, I'd go wide receiver, and that way maybe you can trade T. Higgins. That might make things a little bit more palatable for you, but I'm shocked by a couple of these picks right now. I'm not going to lie. Vikings trading up is a bit surprising to me. I thought they were in a good spot at 23 just to kind of stand pat. But the Vikings trading up, I think they're going after an offensive tackle. That's what my expectation would be. They're saying the pick is in. They're saying the pick is in for the Jaguars, but I'm expecting this to be for the Vikings. Again, love the pick Byron Murphy for the Seahawks. Think that's a really good one. El Pinche thinks there's going to be a run on defensive players. Some people are thinking Dallas Turner. Is that what people think the Vikings are going to go do, is go after Dallas Turner? Would certainly make a lot of sense. Vikings, though, trading up back on the clock. So the Vikings have traded twice.
To the Minnesota Vikings. With the 17th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Dallas Turner.
Okay.
Linebacker, Alabama.
That's two. And there's
So there you go. Interesting one there. So Dallas Turner comes off the board. You guys were right. Bit of a run on defensive talent. Dallas Turner, some people thought was the best defensive player in this draft. Vikings, I got to give the Vikings credit. The Vikings are kind of doing what the Texans did last year. The Texans got their quarterback in C.J. Stroud and then got arguably the best defensive player in the draft in Will Anderson Jr. Vikings do the same thing the Texans did. They get their quarterback in J.J. McCarthy. Then they get Dallas Turner, you could argue the best defensive player in the draft. So I really like this. I have no issue with this one at all. I think it's a big win for the Minnesota Vikings. And I actually want to give, again, a big shout-out. NFC North. NFC North. Stand the hell up. Love what I'm seeing from the NFC North. Getting quarterbacks, getting good pieces to go along with them. I think this is a really good pick. Dallas Turner, a good edge rusher. He is going to be able to put pressure on quarterbacks on his own. You're going to need to double him. I think it's a great move. Is he as good as Will Anderson Jr.? No, but he's certainly talented enough to be worthy of this number 17 overall pick. So a great move by the Vikings. Who should the Ravens draft? I'd love to see the Ravens continue to add to their wide receiver core. There are so many wide receivers in this draft. I love Zay Flowers, but you didn't re-sign Odell Beckham Jr. If you pair Zay Flowers with a wide receiver from this draft class with Mark Andrews, I think the Ravens offense could be top tier if you continue to add pieces to what they have already. Believe it or not, everyone, 2 hours into the draft, and we are now officially more than halfway through the draft. 17 picks in. We have seen 2 defensive players come off the board. We have seen 4 offensive tackles come off the board. We've seen 6 quarterbacks. We've seen 3 wide receivers, and we've seen 1 tight end. I'm a little surprised we haven't seen any wide receivers go off the board in a while. Last wide receiver that was taken was Rome Odunze at number 9. So this is a loaded wide receiver class. But right now, wide receivers, the run on wide receivers is not happening like we expected. Who wins because of that? The Buffalo Bills, the Kansas City Chiefs, the Baltimore Ravens, 3 teams, the Steelers, 4 teams that really win because wide receivers are still on the board. Speaking of wide receivers, some names to be aware of: Brian Thomas Jr., Ladd McConkey, Troy Franklin, Adonai Mitchell, Xavier Worthy, Xavier Leggett. So Keon Coleman, I'm a big Keon Coleman guy, as I mentioned just a moment ago. So those are a couple of names to keep your eye on. LSU North, come on Bengals, take BT. Would make a lot of sense, actually, given their position with T. Higgins. Brian, Texas, I completely agree with you. Nick Saban's praise of Dallas Turner tells you why he's worth it. Troy Fatanu should be a Bengal. I kind of like that pick, El Pinche. What's good, Boston? Mr. Lamb, what's good? Hope you guys are enjoying the show, no matter where you're watching, no matter the platform, TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, or Kick. It is just awesome watching sports with you guys. I hope you guys are getting as much entertainment and fun out of this as I am. Just keeping track of some of the other action going on across the sports world. The 76ers are closing in on a Game 3 win. The 76ers currently have an 8-point lead against the New York Knicks with under a minute to go. So it appears the 76ers will get their first W of the series and make that a 2-1 series lead in favor of the Knicks. The Orlando Magic got their first win of the series, beating the Cavaliers earlier tonight by nearly 40 points. Nuggets and Lakers tip off in just a couple of minutes, so we'll keep our eye on that game. In the NHL, Florida Panthers won 5-3 over the Tampa Bay Lightning. They are now up 3-0 in that series of teams in Florida. And the Carolina Hurricanes hold on to beat the Islanders 3-2. So a couple of scores outside of the NFL draft. Doghouse breaks. What do you think about the Falcons pick? Disaster. I hate it. Think it's a terrible pick. It's not that I don't like Michael Penix Jr. It's that you got an insurance policy when you needed a player to help you win now. I thought that the Falcons missed on an opportunity to add a significant piece of talent to their roster. Okay, great. You're getting an insurance policy for Kirk Cousins, but Michael Penix Jr. has some injury risk of his own, so it's not like a really clean slate there. You could have used defensive talent. You could have added pieces to your offensive line. I just think it's a complete miss by the Falcons. I don't really understand it. I hate it. Yeah, Saints fans should be rejoicing because the Falcons had every opportunity to add another really talented weapon to their offense, add another piece to their O-line, add a good defensive player, and instead, nope, Michael Penix Jr. I actually think right now we have to view the Falcons as having one of the biggest misses of the draft. I think the Raiders are a big miss as well. I just don't think Brock Bowers is the right fit. I think Brock Bowers would have been better in a lot of other places. They got a tight end last year. They got the tight end out of Notre Dame last year. I understand that he didn't take off, but they don't have a quarterback. So, like, great, you're loading up on tight ends there in Las Vegas. You could have used offensive linemen. You could have used defensive talent. I think it's a massive mistake. So, next team on the clock is the Bengals. Bengals are the next to go. Kind of interested to see where they go. I think that they should go with a wide receiver. Given their position with T. Higgins, to me it would make a lot of sense for them to move on from T. Higgins in a trade in the next couple of days, but to go get that wide receiver that allows them to make that deal so easily. So that's what I would do if I'm the Bengals. I say wide receiver. We'll find out in just a moment whether this is the right one. If that's the right selection. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. Let us know where you're watching from. Love hearing all the places you guys are watching the show. And of course, make sure you hit the follow button so you guys can join us tomorrow. We will do our normal show at 5 p.m. tomorrow, a 5 p.m. show where we'll talk sports betting, fantasy sports, and we will also obviously react to everything that's going on across the sports world, including tonight. Thank you for watching the show. Appreciate you guys over on YouTube. Williams up in Albany. That's pretty cool. Lakers win tonight. I feel like they do, but I didn't bet it myself. Commissioner is coming up. Let's see what he says.
Schedule release coming up in a few weeks. The crowd's still here. And by the way, let's update this crowd. They first said it was 150. They were shutting.
New Mexico. What's up, New Mexico?
275,000 people. Breaking the record set in Nashville. Yeah. Wow. In 2019. 275,000 people. That's incredible.
By the way, did you just hear that? 275,000 people attended the draft live. That is a ridiculous number of people to go to a location just to hear names read from a podium. It really does speak to the power of the NFL and the fan bases, how rabid these fan bases are for the NFL. Pretty cool. 275,000. Let's see what Goodell says.
With the 18th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Amarius Mims.
Oh, wow! Oh, wow!
It's a quintessential upside tackle pick, as you see.
Wow! Amarius Mims. This is a great pick for the Cincinnati Bengals. The Bengals have Orlando Brown. The Bengals now have Trent Brown. They have two massive tackles who are both very capable of getting hurt. In the case of Trent Brown, he could easily be off their roster in a year. Amarius Mims has unbelievable upside. He is a massive human being, played at Georgia, but he didn't have that many starts between a really talented roster at Georgia and injuries. He didn't have that many starts, so he doesn't have that much tape, that much production. However, as an offensive tackle. But that said, he has all the makings of a really, really good player. Great speed for his position. Good footwork. He is a great pick. Bengals with a great pick here. Look, this is a pick in which he isn't necessary. He may not be a starter right away. He is going to be a starter 3 of the next 4 years, 4 of the next 5 years. I love this pick. This is great. This is a phenomenal pick. Amarius Mims, again, only 8 career starts. So he didn't have a lot of career starts, but he didn't give up a sack. He has great movement. Again, great feet, great size. I love everything about this. And I think it's a really smart move by the Bengals to invest in backups for Orlando Brown and for Trent Brown. It's a great move. I was saying they could go in wide receiver because there are issues with T. Higgins. Frankly, this is the much smarter pick. I thought Amarius Mims was going to go later in the first round, but I thought a team was going to trade up to get him. Like, I had my eyes on the Patriots trading back into the first round to get him. This is a great move by the Bengals. It's a player who he does have an injury history, but I'm not as worried about that. I actually think this is a great move because he fits with Trey Brown and Orlando Brown. Big human beings, good blockers, but there's a reason why you may be a little bit nervous. You just need two of the three to be helpful and successful in order for the Bengals to win. The Bengals are building great protection around Joe Burrow. This is a good move. Brent is excited because the Rams are the next on the clock. We talked about, thanks, Jose. Thanks so much for the confetti. We've reached our live goal, so I'll set a new live goal for everybody. Appreciate you guys showing us some love. Let's see. Let's just do some roses. Let's do 250 roses. Wow, love that pick. Amarius Mims, that is a perfect pick for the Bengals. Total home run. Okay, we're now talking about the next player who could come off the board. I talked about Byron Murphy for the Rams. Obviously, he's gone off the board to the Seahawks. Bit of an unfortunate situation for the Rams. I think they would have benefited greatly from being able to draft him and add to that defensive line, rather. Tavondre Sweat is the next one I probably have on the board on my mind. Dan Lee Dance, not to change just draft, but do you like the Lakers tonight -1? So I'm not betting that game. I think the Lakers probably win, but I didn't bet any of the NBA games tonight. It was one where the trends were all backing one team, but I didn't think those teams were going to win. So what do you think about Talise Fuaga? I think that was a really good pick by the Saints. I think that was really smart. And one of the reasons I like it is, much like the Titans, much like the Jets, much like the Bengals, I think the Saints did the smart thing by just drafting a member of an offensive line that's just going to lock in a certain amount of safety and security. In a draft in which you don't know necessarily what you're going to get, I really like the fact that you got an offensive tackle. By the way, Tico, Embiid went off tonight. Yep, 50 points from Embiid. The Rams pick is in. By the way, the Rams have not made a pick in a long time in the first round. The last first-round pick that the Rams made was Jared Goff. Believe it or not, that's right. The last first-round pick made by the Los Angeles Rams was Jared Goff. So pretty crazy to hear that. Okay, so a couple of people. Troy Fatanu could absolutely come off the board. He's a guard. They may want to continue to shore up that offensive line for the Rams. But I think defensive line is where, I thought that's where they were going to go. Maybe they get kind of pushed away from it, but did I say St. Louis Rams? I mean the LA Rams, but in my mind they'll always be the St. Louis Rams, to be honest. I still think of them that way. Vikings, Dallas Turner, love that pick. Husker Viking fan. I think the Vikings did a brilliant job. They didn't trade up for J.J. McCarthy. They stay put. They get their quarterback. They trade up. I guess they traded up one pick, but I think the Vikings did a great job. Vikings did this year what the Texans did last year. They got their star on offense at quarterback. They got their star on defense as a pass rusher. Really good moves. Pat Sox, think there's a big skill difference between the next few wide receivers compared to the top three? Yes. But after that, I think there are like 6 wide receivers remaining who are all very, very close in terms of their talent level. Rams pick is about to be made. As the commissioner comes to the podium, we will obviously mute and go from there.
The 19th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Jared Verse, defensive end, Florida State.
Jared Verse, here's the reaction.
So there you go. They did go defense. They went defensive end. I thought they'd go with the interior. Smart call by some of the folks out there saying they'd go with Verse. A shout out to El Pinche who called Jared Verse. So kind of smart here. Makes a lot of sense. Makes sense that they would want to. By the way, El Pinche, I don't think Trent Brown's going to be a guard. That's a massive human being to put on the interior line. I think that's actually a little tough. But Rams Add to that defensive line. Have no problem with that. Pretty smart play. Think it's the right move overall. Jose's going to join us. Let's see what Jose wants to talk about. Jose's been watching the draft along with us. Let's see. Jose, what's good?
What's up, man?
What are your thoughts on the draft so far?
I mean, it's been kind of chalk, not as many crazy moves, but sometimes those are the right moves. I really liked Bowers and the Raiders getting him at a later spot.
I don't like that at all. I don't like the Brock Bowers pick at all. I disagree with you. I thought that was the Raiders reaching. Like, I get it. The Raiders get maybe the best player on the board, but I don't think they got a position that really fit any of their needs. And now it's like, great, the Raiders have now gotten a tight end in back-to-back drafts in the first round, and they still don't have a quarterback, an offensive line, or enough defensive talent. I don't get it, Lope.
I don't know if there was necessarily a quarterback they liked there, and as far as the weapons, they're just trying to build pieces and parts. I don't think they feel they're ready to go against Harbaugh.
You just said it. It's pieces and parts. You don't have a team. You don't have an identity. Like, I just don't like it at all. I thought that the Raiders, frankly, made a reach there. I feel better about what. Now, I think it's better than Michael Penix Jr., but there's just a lot of reasons for me to kind of question it.
That was the wild one, Michael Penix going before McCarthy.
I'm not shocked that Penix Jr. went before J.J. McCarthy. I actually think he deserved to in terms of talent. What surprised me is it was the Falcons. If you told me that he went number 8, not surprised. If you told me that he went ahead of J.J. McCarthy, not surprised. But for him to go to the Falcons, I am stunned because the Falcons needed other positions. I don't understand why they went quarterback. I don't understand why. You could have traded down. You could have done so many things there. I don't get it. I think it's an absolute mistake. They are the only team that I kind of come away from tonight going, swing and a miss.
Wow. Yeah, it was definitely surprising. I didn't see that or have that, so that was the only surprise.
If someone did, I have to give them all the credit in the world, because that is one in which you really would have to know some insider information to make that possible. Because frankly, there is nothing about what the Falcons have been doing this offseason that allows that to make sense. You got a quarterback in free agency. You've been addressing your defense over the last few years, but you could still use help there. Your O-line could use help. Damn, you could have just gone with a wide receiver, even though I'm not crazy about that. This makes no sense to me. I absolutely hate the move overall.
Fair enough. Yeah, I can't really defend it. I don't know what the Falcons are doing, especially in a winnable NFC South division.
That's right. You're one or two pieces away from being the best team in that division if you're not already. This move just kind of like, it didn't make you any better. It was a move made as if you had if you were overloaded with talent. It's kind of an arrogant move, frankly, in my opinion, by the Falcons to be like, we're so close to being an NFC Championship team that we're just going to go with a backup, like a permanent backup for the moment. I hate that. To some of the questions that we have coming in, what about Bo Nix to Denver? I don't hate that one. I do think that the Broncos were kind of desperate. I mentioned this earlier. They remind me of the Patriots from a few years ago, in which they kind of took who fell to them, but then they're going to talk themselves into why they feel okay about that. But I think Bo Nix is a good comparison to Drew Brees, and we saw how Drew Brees fit with Sean Payton, so I don't hate that. As for the Byron Murphy pick, I love Byron Murphy to the Seahawks. I really like Amarius Mims to the Bengals. I think that this has been a really smart draft for the most part. We haven't seen too many stupid picks. We've seen a lot of picks that were kind of on script. The only two picks I really don't like so far are Michael Penix Jr. and I thought Brock Bowers is just a bad fit for him. I feel like he's going to get lost. I actually feel bad for Brock Bowers and Michael Penix Jr. because not only did the teams not get better necessarily by a massive margin, but the players are going to get stuck, and that could totally derail their career. So those are the two that stand out to me.
For sure. I liked what the Vikings did. They didn't have to give up what everyone thought they were going to have to give up for McCarthy.
Yep.
And then Turner obviously falling. I mean, I think that was a huge win. I honestly think that could possibly be the steal of the first round.
I think Dallas Turner is absolutely one of the great steals of the draft. Someone mentioned earlier on our chat, in our comment section on TikTok, that Dallas Turner is like the Christian Gonzalez of this year's draft class, and it's kind of right, which is any other year without craziness, he would have gone so much sooner, but for whatever reason, a really talented defensive player just fell to the mid-teens, and there's no reason why, but in so doing, a team got a really talented player that probably should have gone way sooner. That said, the Steelers are on the clock now. I'm really curious to see where they go. I expect them to go wide receiver. They need to replace Deontay Johnson. I could see them going tackle, but frankly, I kind of like them going with a wide receiver more. I feel like that's a better fit for what they need. What do you think, Lope?
I hear you on wide receiver. There is some offense. If you want to go best available, I think there's a couple offensive linemen still out there. But yeah, they gotta find a way to score more points. You saw it towards the end of the season. They were lacking playmakers for sure. But the Steelers are definitely in an interesting spot because we know the Ravens are going to be good. Joe Burrow's coming back. Browns looked good. The AFC North stacked. They got to keep pace.
Here, we're gonna listen to the pick.
Tonight, 32 young men will embark on their NFL career, striving to make an impact on the field. But their impacts will be felt far beyond their field, but in their communities. No one embodied that more than Walter Payton. And today, the league's highest honor, the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide, recognizes his lasting legacy. Tonight, we are proud to welcome the 2023 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year winner, Cam Hayward.
First of all, I want to say thank you, Commissioner. And most importantly, I want to say thank you to the Payton family, the NFL, and Nationwide. The NFL draft is special. To my fellow NFL players and the prospects joining the league this week, I want to challenge you. Use your platform to brighten someone's day. The opportunity before you is a gift. And by coming here and being in this league, seize that moment. Be better in our communities, be better for our league, and our world. Thank you so much. Here we go.
Here we go.
And with the 20th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers
Brian Thomas.
select Troy Fautanu.
Oh, boo. All right, I'm not surprised by this, but not what I wanted.
Another Troy, eh?
Troy Fautanu makes a lot of sense. The guard out of Washington. They continue to dress their offensive line. Last year it was a tackle. This year it's a guard, or last year it was a guard too. But the whole point is they get another offensive lineman. Makes a lot of sense. I thought they'd go wide receiver. But here's the one thing I would say. Because wide receivers, we haven't had a wide receiver go since number 9. Wide receivers are not going the way we expected. Wide receivers are not going in that kind of rush way. That is a great thing for a number of teams that needed wide receivers. Frankly, you could look at the Buccaneers, but you look at the Bills, you look at the Ravens, you look at the Chiefs, maybe the 49ers if they trade Brandon Ayuk. So a number of teams that need wide receivers, they are going to get a lot of talent falling to them. Right now, the run on offensive linemen is the story of the draft for me. Obviously, you had the 6 quarterbacks taken in the first 12 picks, but outside of that, offensive line, it is going fast and furious. In the last 10 picks, we have seen three offensive tackles and a guard go. We've also seen 3 defensive players, a tight end, and a quarterback. So it's just not the wide receivers we expected. Really, really interesting. Draft is changing right in front of us, Lope.
Absolutely. And these offensive linemen are very high-marked offensive linemen. These are good picks. I really like this by the Steelers. I wish the Dolphins would go here, but you said there hadn't been a wide receiver. I know the Dolphins have been talking to Odell Beckham Jr. They really want a third wide receiver or to give them some leverage if they want to move off Jalen Waddle. They got the fast receiver out of Texas, Xavier Worthy. He ran a 4.2, the fastest in the...
Everyone's talking to me about Worthy and the speed that he showed at the Combine, and I totally understand that. There are so many talented wide receivers in this draft. I don't think the Dolphins should go wide receiver. I actually think the Dolphins have been one of the few teams that have been hurt by how the draft has gone so far. The Dolphins need offensive linemen. They need defensive linemen. They need offensive linemen. And I think they are actually hurt by the fact that wide receivers haven't had their run. If wide receivers had gone, maybe some of these offensive linemen would still be on the board. I think part of the reason the Steelers actually just took a guard, in part, is because they're very aware that the Dolphins are looking for offensive linemen. So if they weren't going to get their guard now, he wasn't going to be on the board later. I think right now the Dolphins need to address the trenches, either on the offense or defensive side of the ball. But things aren't going the Dolphins' way overall. I think they're probably a little bit disappointed about how the last 10 picks have gone. First 10 picks kind of went the way they want. Next 10 picks, not so much, as the offensive line has really been the area of focus for a lot of teams.
I completely agree. They would probably even be looking to trade out of this if somebody wanted to come grab one of those wide receivers.
I agree with you. I actually think the Dolphins would be well served, but the pick is apparently already in, so no, they are not trading back. The Dolphins are going to make their move. By the way, for those that are curious, a couple of you were talking about it, just making an NBA playoff reference. Joel Embiid not only got the win tonight for the 76ers, 50-point game for Joel Embiid, 50 points, 8 rebounds, 5 3-pointers made. He went 13 of 19 from the field. So a massive night for Joel Embiid. For all those that bet his player prop bets, congratulations on your wins. Someone is trying to get answer for Myles Garrett, Pittsburgh Steelers. Yeah, Myles Garrett is going to be a hell wrecker against the Steelers no matter who they put on offensive line. Chop Robinson could be a great pick here. Brian, Texas, that's an interesting idea. Chop Robinson obviously dazzled everybody with his speed at the Combine. I'm not as high on him as some others are. To me, he's someone who put up numbers in non-football moments. And I know that's not necessarily a big knock on him, but he didn't get enough sacks when he was at Penn State. I wish I had seen more disruptive football from him. He's got unbelievable athleticism, but does that necessarily make him a really good football player? I'm not sure. So Chop Robinson is an interesting pick, Brian, but not one I necessarily go with because I don't see enough production from him. Now, that said, I feel like the Dolphins are in a weird spot because they have a number of edge rushers that are under contract, but they're also injured. So, they need defensive linemen. Really, I feel like they need interior defensive linemen. But then again, Phillips and Bradley Chubb both suffered injuries, so adding an edge rusher wouldn't be the worst thing in the world either. Lope, you know the team really well. What do you think they need?
Definitely. I mean, anybody who watched them towards the end of the year, they got absolutely pushed around by Buffalo. So I'm with you. The need is in the offense or the defensive line, particularly at stopping the run. You hope that Phillips and Chubb can come back. Chubb got hurt way towards almost the last game of the year, so he might not be ready to start. And you can never have too many edge rushers if there's one there. But definitely in the trenches is where you would see. But Mike McDaniel, for some reason, has an obsession with speed, so anything's possible here.
The obsession with speed for me is great, but you've got to put some meat behind all that speed. And right now, I don't think they've got enough meat up front on the O or D line. So I just feel like that's where they need to go. That's a top priority. The only way that I could see them going to a wide receiver is if they're going to make some kind of crazy move and move on from a Waddle, which I just don't see them doing right now. So I just don't see the need for the Dolphins to add to wide receiver core that's already good enough, add to a running back core that's already good enough. Get O-linemen, get D-linemen. That's what you really need.
Absolutely. The need is definitely in the trenches.
Brent is giving us a bit of a clue. Sounds like Chop is going to Miami. Is that the rumor that we're hearing now? We'll let everyone tell us. Waiting on the pick. Does sound like a few of you guys are giving us the indication as to what could possibly be happening. But, yeah, we'll see. Is Chop Robinson going to Miami? Lope, would you be happy with that? We'll see.
I don't hate the pick. We talked about the
Let's get the pick in.
With the 21st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Chop Robinson, linebacker, Penn State.
We're going to Miami!
Okay, so as I just mentioned a moment ago, I don't love this pick simply because he's got unbelievable speed, but I didn't see enough stat production from him, and it has me a little bit concerned. I love the idea of him using that speed on the edge, but can he really create the kind of disruption that they need in the sack production, not just in the speed? Lope, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, he doesn't have the production, and he doesn't have this. This was betting on his upside and what he can bring as far as athleticism. You hit the nail right on the head. There must be questions on whether Chubb and Phillips can come back at a high level. When you saw they went out, they couldn't get to the quarterback at all. They couldn't touch Josh Allen, and now they're going to have people to go rush against Aaron Rodgers and Josh Allen and them. So this is a good pick. They didn't fall into the trap of trying to grab a wide receiver or a running back. They went and stuck with the trenches. So it's a win, but it's a small win.
Yeah, I like it. I don't love it. It's okay, I guess. You know, you can just hear it's the fact that, again, given his talent, he should be a better player. So if he's able to outperform his stats in college, great pick. That said, I've got my doubts. And the fact that the Dolphins needed offensive linemen, and this was a great offensive line class, I feel like you're missing out a little bit on the fact that you didn't get that. By the way, shout out to IP Shade 45, showing us some love. Appreciate you, dude. You're the best. Eagles are now on the clock. Eagles picking at 22. Amazing. We've already made our way through 21 picks of the NFL draft. Here are the remaining picks, by the way. Only a few picks remaining. We're making our way through. We have the Eagles at 22, the Jaguars at 23. The Jaguars were up at 17, traded back with the Vikings. So the Vikings, who were at 23, they moved up to 17 to get Dallas Turner. Jaguars now at 23, followed by the Cowboys at 24, Packers at 25, Buccaneers at 26. The Cardinals make their second pick of the first round at 27. The Bills are at 28. The Lions are at 29. Ravens at 30. 49ers at 31. And finally capped off by the Chiefs at 32. Brian, Texas, Eagles are picking Georgia guy. Are you talking about Ladd McConkey? He is the wide receiver that has gotten a lot of buzz. If that's who you're thinking about. By the way, some big news that actually came out of Philadelphia earlier tonight. They signed A.J. Brown to a 3-year, $96 million deal. A.J. Brown is now the highest paid wide receiver in the NFL. Take note, Justin Jefferson and everybody else. So the Eagles did a good job of addressing their wide receiver core earlier today. What did you think about the signing, the new contract, Lope?
In the league, so you had to keep him, and the Eagles' offense did not seem to go as well when he wasn't on the same page with Jalen Hurts. So that's nice. If they're going to go wide receiver here, though, that's a little bit of a head scratcher, isn't it?
I like the idea that Howie Roseman's so smart. He's signing guys ahead of where their market's going to reset everything. Really good by them. Vince Motley Crue, what did Atlanta do We are all scratching our heads. Why the hell would Atlanta go with Michael Penix Jr.? It is absolutely the stunner of the first round. I think there is probably nothing that will be talked about more tomorrow than Michael Penix Jr. going at number 8. That is what Stephen A. Smith and the First Take crew are going to be discussing. That's what NFL Live will be talking about, because that's the pick that changed this draft. It's what changed the first round. It's the one no one saw coming. Not even Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins was blindsided, that's for sure. And now I'm really curious to see what the fallout's going to be. Eagles have made their selection. They have entered their pick. Their ownership is speaking to the draft pick right now. So we are going to get a sense of who the Eagles are taking in just a moment. Appreciate you guys being with us. Make sure you hit the follow button, not just for me, but for Uncle Lope over there, Jose Lopez, who is another major sports fan. We've been friends since college, so if you love the content, the conversation, give me a follow, give him a follow, give a lot of love. IP Shade 45, they go in cornerback. Seems to make sense to me. If I were the Eagles, that's the direction I'd go in. They really need to address their secondary. That's where their team took the biggest step back last year. The Eagles, the difference between the Eagles in the Super Bowl and the Eagles last year was their cornerback play. But now we're seeing Mitchell. Matt is kind of giving us a teaser that Mitchell could be the next one off the clock. So kind of waiting on that. Let us see. The pick is in. We will see what the commissioner has to say. Hearing some rumors from you guys out there. Mitchell to the Eagles. Is that going to be the case? We will find out in just a moment as the commissioner is walking up to the podium as we speak. Little premature on that, Lope. Still waiting for the commish. It's taking to have a beat. Here he comes.
I wanted to go back to one thing we were talking about before when we got Jared Verse. Yeah. And, this guy looked like he weighed 170 pounds in high school.
Yeah.
One of the things that changed about college recruiting, when you were in high school, I offered you when you were after your senior year.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, now we got an offer when they're in 15 years old.
Here he comes. All right, let's go to the podium now. Roger Goodell with the Eagles specialty pick at number 22.
The NFL has gone global. This past year, we played games in front of amazing crowds in London and Germany. This upcoming season, we will play our first ever game in South America, in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And we will be coming to more markets on a global basis soon. The NFL's International Player Pathway Program helps foreign-born players reach the NFL. Elite internationally athletes
All right, Raj, come on.
have an opportunity to compete at the NFL level and potentially earn a spot on an NFL roster. One of the most successful players from the program is the Philadelphia Eagles, Jordan Mailata. Jordan is currently in his native Australia for the opening of a new NFL academy for high school football players. To make the Eagles selection, let's join Jordan live from the Eagles draft party in Burleigh Beach, Gold Coast, Australia. Take it,
Quinion
Jordan.
Mitchell out of Toledo.
Let's go. How good's this? Thank you, Uncle Roger. Good evening to those of you from the beautiful land down under. With the 22nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Quinion Mitchell, defensive back, Toledo. Baby.
Love the pick. Love the pick. Great job by the Eagles. They got arguably the best corner in the draft. They wait till 22. They get arguably the best corner in the draft. They address their secondary. Great frickin' move.
What we talked about, if these defensive players are sliding and the rich are going to get richer, and the Eagles definitely got a playmaker and a need. They check both boxes. I'm excited to see this guy play next year.
100%, Jose. I completely agree with you. This is an example of the rich getting richer, like we talked about earlier in the show. When you have a run on certain positions, like tackle, like wide receiver, like quarterback, it allows some of these other highly talented players who would normally go in the top 15 to slide to 22, 25, 30, those kinds of spots. This is an absolutely great move. Brent is saying Brandon Ayuk was just traded. Whoa, 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 whoa. We have not gotten confirmation on that yet. Let's make sure we're getting it. We got Quinion Mitchell. We're keeping our eye on. There have been talks about Brandon Ayuk being traded to the Patriots earlier tonight. Obviously, that hasn't gone through. Now Brent is saying the Steelers are trying to make that move. It is clear that the 49ers are open for business, trying to move on from Brandon Ayuk and draft a wide receiver in his place. It would make a lot of sense. Pluex, it would be for that second round pick, though. So, kind of curious to know what happens with Brandon Ayuk. Now, the Jaguars are on the clock right now. This was the Vikings pick at number 23. However, the Vikings traded up to get Dallas Turner. Jaguars are now picking at 23. So they're on the clock now.
I haven't seen anything officially yet on the Brandon Ayuk thing.
I haven't seen it either, so I'm just going to assume we're still waiting on it.
The Jags might look wide receiver here for sure.
I think if I'm the Jaguars, there are a lot of positions I can go in. I think wide receiver as well. I know they got Gabe Davis, but I feel like they could be well served in going that direction again. But this is one in which the Jaguars could go in about 4 different directions, and I would hate on none of them. So I'm pretty happy about it. If I'm the Jaguars, I think trading back with the Vikings wasn't a terrible move, though I do think Dallas Turner wouldn't have been a bad move here.
You're right. They do have a couple needs, but Brian Thomas would be a good pick for them here.
Ryan, my reaction to the Dolphins pick, I think that Chop Robinson has a lot of physical ability. My only concern is I really am not crazy about his production overall in college. I wish he had just put up more stats. Pluex is giving us an indication that it's Brian Thomas, the wide receiver. That would make a lot of sense to me if the Jaguars went in that direction. Brian Thomas being the next wide receiver off the board, I would certainly be good with that. So if Pluex is right, if it is Brian Thomas, I'd be cool with it. I think the Jaguars, for a number of reasons, could use that wide receiver, would make a lot of sense. Pluex, I was hoping the Bills got him. Bills are actually pretty well positioned, though, to still get a wide receiver of good talent. Xavier Leggett, Xavier Worthy, there are a couple out there who could easily fall in their lap and be a good fit. Who would you rather have, Brandon Ayuk or Debo? Personally, I'd rather have Debo. I think Debo's the better player. But what's interesting is Brandon Ayuk, where he is in his career journey, might make him the more appealing player. He's a little bit younger and offers kind of a different skill set. Debo at this point is really that all-purpose versatile wide receiver. Brandon Ayuk, a bit more of a traditional wide receiver. So depending on the offense that you run, might be one of the reasons that you go with one over the other. But personally, I prefer Debo.
Yeah, you can do it. He's in their offense a lot more for sure. In the running game, blocking game, catching. He's a versatile player.
The pick is in for the Jaguars. We're waiting on the commissioner to announce it. We are at pick number 23, working our way through the NFL draft. Appreciate you guys being with us no matter where you're watching, no matter the platform you're watching on. TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, or Kick. Some people are making their case. They want the Packers to draft the cornerback out of Iowa, Cooper DeJean. That could actually happen now. Good chance it could. Jennifer, are you going live tomorrow for MLB, NBA, and NHL picks? Yes, we are. We will be live at 5 p.m. tomorrow, everybody. So if you are done with our NFL coverage for this evening and you just want to be back for our regular broadcast tomorrow, 5 p.m., everyone. Oh, Pluex, you're ahead of me. Okay. Pluex ahead of me on some of these picks. I couldn't tell if you were going to Twitter and getting ahead of me. I didn't know where you were getting your vibes from, but Pluex is giving us the heads up here, letting us know that Brian Thomas is supposedly the next one off the board.
With the 23rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Brian Thomas Jr., Wide receiver, LSU.
Love the pick. Makes a lot of sense. Pluex, good call. Yeah, Brian Thomas makes a lot of sense. We talked about it a moment ago. Wide receiver is a position of need for them. No more Calvin Ridley. They obviously brought in Gabe Davis. I just like this pick. It gives Trevor Lawrence another weapon to grow with. So hopefully Brian Thomas slots in well there. I'm assuming that he's going to be playing some slot. Gabe Davis being more that traditional outside wide receiver. But either way, even if they put Brian Thomas on the other side of the field, I just like that combination. What do you think, Jose?
Yeah, no, it's a good solid pick. It's a need, and he can play. Now you wonder how much double coverage that LSU wide receivers got where he was working in different spots, if they will use him in the slot or the outside. But Jaguars needed some more playmakers. They needed another receiver for sure, and this is a good pick.
Really like this pick. Talented player. I think probably could have gone 5-6 picks ahead of where he went if there wasn't that run on offensive linemen and on defensive talent. By the way, Brian, Texas, I agree with you. The Bills and the Chiefs are a little upset that he just went. But actually, I feel like the Bills and the Chiefs have to be really pleased right now by the fact that it has been a while since there have only 4 wide receivers come off the board. You've only had 1 wide receiver come off the board since the 10th pick of this draft. So actually, I think that the Bills and Chiefs are perfectly positioned. Said it before, I'll say it again. The rich get richer because they aren't forced to take a pick. They aren't forced to move up to go chase someone. There's going to be plenty of talent that kind of falls to them. So I think that's a really good spot.
Yeah, no, this is a solid pick for the Jags to get themselves back on track and get them back in the playoff picture.
And now obviously comes everybody's favorite team. The Dallas Cowboys are on the clock. Really interesting one here. Dallas Cowboys to me are absolutely a candidate to trade back. We've only seen 2 trades in this first round. Everyone thought this would be one of the busiest drafts when it comes to trades that we've had in history. Simply not the case. Outside the Minnesota Vikings, actually, we haven't seen any other teams really make trades. So if I were the Cowboys, I would consider trading back. Would make a lot of sense for me. Then again, is there an offensive lineman that they'd be willing to go after? I felt like the Cowboys would have been better served if there had been that run on wide receiver so they could have gotten an offensive tackle. I would have thought that Amarius Mims would have been a great fit for them. That's actually who I thought they were going to end up getting. But now the Cowboys are kind of at an interesting spot. Lope, where do you think the Cowboys go?
Well, with Jerry Jones saying they're all in, I don't know if they're gonna trade back and accrue more picks. But they need to address some offensive line issues. Tyron Smith leaving, of course. But it's Jerry Jones, so you never know. He's always got the wheels spinning, and he's willing to do some crazy stuff. This will definitely be interesting for sure.
I feel like the Cowboys are absolutely manning the phones for a trade right now. This pick is going to go down to the final few seconds, I think. Maybe the pick comes in a little earlier than that, but I would expect the Cowboys are really trying to see if there's any opportunity. Man, these guys are acting like maybe they got their pick in. That was a weird war room for the Cowboys. That place didn't look like it had a lot of enthusiasm behind it. This is definitely not one of those years where they're just jumping on the table because they're so excited about somebody.
No, I think you're right. They would love to trade back, but they would really love to trade back. But is there a candidate that's willing to come up?
Frankly, I think there are a couple teams that be willing to do it. The problem is, I think they would have been willing to do it for a wide receiver. And now that there hasn't been that run on wide receiver, I think it makes it a little bit easier for teams like the Bills, like the Chiefs, and maybe some others to just hold back. I'd be curious to know what the Lions the Cowboys are willing to do in terms of trading back if they feel like there's someone on the board who makes a substantial difference. I don't feel like there is right now. I feel like they'd be best served by moving back, but we haven't seen too many rounds go this late into the clock. Minute and a half to go, so kind of tells you, I think they're trying to feel out some trades. Brian, Texas is telling us the Oklahoma tackle is the one that they have their eyes on. It would make sense. They need an offensive tackle. That's the position that makes sense the most.
Tyron Smith will be missed for sure.
That's Tyler Guyton, by the way, for Bryan, Texas. Stumpy Rules mentioned him as well. Tyler Guyton probably makes the most sense, so I would not be surprised if that is the pick. We are waiting on it. Minute to go. Still no pick in from the Dallas Cowboys.
Is Xavier Worthy worth trading up for? If somebody's looking to move up with Dallas?
I don't think so, and the only reason I say that is because the teams that be interested in him could probably wait to get him right now. There's really no need to go make that move. Stumpy Rules, I think you're right. I think it's Guyton. I know we still have about 40 seconds left before this pick comes in, but I think Guyton's going to be the one right now. By the way, breaking news, Kirk Cousins and his camp are reportedly frustrated and confused by the Falcons picking Michael Penix Jr. as they didn't use the pick to help the team in 2024. Kirk Cousins' camp, they are unhappy that they picked Kirk's replacement before he ever played a snap there. I couldn't agree more. If I'm Kirk Cousins, I would kind of be furious. Here, you just committed to me on one level, and at the same time, Kirk Cousins is constantly having the same problem of like, yeah, we like you, but we're also getting ready to replace you. So I'm really surprised by this. I really don't understand it. I think the Atlanta Falcons have a lot of explaining to do, to be honest.
Do you think they know something about the recovery off the injury that maybe we don't know, or something's going on with that, where he's not progressing as fast?
If that's the case, then you've got much bigger problems than just replacing Kirk Cousins. You just paid a lot of money to that guy who's going to be on your cap. So I think there are a lot of issues. Stumpy Rules, was there a trade? I feel like the Cowboys were looking for a trade partner that entire time. Did they ultimately find one? Stumpy Rules letting us know that maybe a trade just went down.
Wait, are the Lions coming up?
It would make sense. The Lions could go after a defensive player that they needed. Lions are on the clock. Lions just made their pick. So the Lions are on the clock. Lions traded up.
Wow. Well, you called it. Dallas was waiting until the last second to trade.
No, they wanted out, and I like this move by the Lions, frankly. I feel like they're going to get a defensive talent. I feel like they're going to get a defensive player. They could use a corner. They could use an edge rusher. This makes a lot of sense to me. Move up. Get the guy that you want. Get him ahead of the Packers, too. This is what this is about. This move is all about the Lions getting ahead of the Packers to get the defensive player they want before the Packers can get him. Love the move by the Lions. Like the move by the Cowboys. I mentioned it earlier. Cowboys need as much draft capital as they can get because they've got a tough cap situation. They need players on rookie contracts. So for the Cowboys, love the move. Lions, love the move. Curious to see where Detroit goes. But this is a smart pick, moving up ahead of the Packers to number 24, and that way you can define who's added to the roster as opposed to waiting for it to shake out.
I feel like this has got to be one of the cornerbacks, either Nate Wiggins or Terry and Arnold.
From what people are saying right now, it sounds like it's Terry and Arnold. That would make a lot of sense to me, going up and getting that number 2 cornerback on the board. Only the third trade of the first round. And the trades that we've seen so far have been very focused. Vikings going after J.J. McCarthy. Vikings going after Dallas Turner. I think it's Terry and Arnold. I think Pluex is right. Terry and Arnold would make a lot of sense simply because top corner left on the board, that's the position of greatest need for them.
Oh, yeah, that would be a big pick. And like you said, that was probably who Green Bay had their eye on. So this is huge for the Lions. This secures it. Depending on what they had to give up, I don't know that yet, but
I think you could see wide receiver and cornerback. You could see a run on those two positions towards this back end of the draft. Wide receiver, still a number of names left up there. Cornerback, Terry and Arnold, Nate Wiggins, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Cooper DeJean. Those four could easily come off the board within the next 8 picks. So we could definitely see a run here on cornerbacks.
Absolutely. And then because these defensive players slid, there might be more trades coming up.
I like what the Lions did here. We'll see if they actually go with Arnold. Let's go to the commissioner.
people here are going to be excited to see about it. Now, NFL Flag Football Championship come your way in July.
We're getting flag football promo. Never mind.
I would really like to see the Lions grab Arnold here.
Yeah, Terrion Arnold makes the most sense to me.
He's exactly what they need. He feels a little like Detroit. It helps secure secondary issues. This would be a big win for them in the city.
Yeah, it would be. Let's listen to Roger Goodell.
Participation at the youth and high school levels. Joining me on stage are girls flag football players representing the first 4 schools that competed in the Michigan Girls Flag High School Football League and local high school football tackle students. These young men and women embody NFL values of respect, integrity, resiliency, and responsibility to their teams. Congratulations on your accomplishments in your academic and football careers. Now to make the selection, please welcome Ellie Fagley.
The Dallas Cowboys have traded the 24th pick to the Detroit Lions. With the 24th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Terrion Arnold, defensive back, Alabama.
All right. I've been waiting for a while. This guy's special to you and your family.
This guy's a special guy. You know, he's got a great personality. Everybody loves him. He started the whole lane thing, you know. Let all naysayers know. I said that right after we.
Wow. Not a shock. Great pick. Love what the Lions just did. They move ahead of the Packers. They get the cornerback that they needed. They shore up their defensive backfield. I think that this is a fantastic pick by the Lions. Really, really smart.
The Lions have been on a roll in the draft with their last picks in last years. Nick Saban's talking this guy up like he was a leader. He knows how to coach cornerbacks. I think this is a win all around. You jump in front of the Packers, and now the Packers might have to get a second option on their cornerback because this is probably who they wanted.
This is a fantastic move. I love what the Lions did. Frankly, if there was any division that I give more flowers to tonight than any other, it's the NFC North. The NFC North won tonight. Bears won. They get their quarterback. They get another stud wide receiver. The Vikings make 2 trades to move up. Don't give up too much draft capital, but get their quarterback and get arguably the best defensive player in the draft. And now you can argue that the Lions, even though they move up a little bit, they get arguably the best cornerback. You could argue the best cornerback in the draft at 24, and they do it ahead of the Packers. They're well positioned here. I love everything about what the NFC North has done so far tonight. That division is going to be highly competitive. They're good quarterbacks. There's better defensive talent. I think that division took a massive step forward this evening. I'm curious to know what the Packers do now.
They're looking to complete the sweep up in the NFC North. I think this might be a cornerback again. That seems to be the need. To Plulek saying the Cowboys said they were going to go all in and then didn't do anything in the free agency and then traded back. I'm sure Cowboy fans are pulling their hair out. But
If I'm a Cowboys fan, though, I have to understand the situation. I think Cowboys fans can't be unrealistic. You can't get everybody. You can't sign free agents. You can't also sign players on your current roster. You want Micah Parsons? You want CeeDee Lamb? Great. You can't go out and get free agents. So, because you're going to give, in a salary cap that has only so much space, you're probably going to end up giving a fifth of your salary in money to Micah Parsons and CeeDee Lamb at least. So with that said, you just can't throw around the kind of dollars you want. You're going to have to build through the draft. You're going to have to build through pieces that are available. Other than that, it's really, really hard to be able to financially just keep all the pieces together. So that's where I come down. Now, we're talking about the Packers right now. Packers are next on the board. Who do you like the Packers taking, Lope?
I think you talked about Cooper DeJean. He's one of them. I like the kid from Clemson, Wiggins still, and Kool-Aid McKinstry. I think you got to go corner still.
Some people here are saying El Pinche is saying Johnny Newton, or is it Josh Newton or Johnny Newton? Because I think it's Josh Newton who you're thinking of. That would be a bit of a reach for me out of TCU. So I wouldn't like that one personally. I think that would be a little too far.
Well, I think the Packers had to call an audible. I think that the Lions threw them off. So
I completely agree with you. I think the Lions did throw them off. Does make me believe that this is one in which they're probably scrambling a little bit.
But yeah, I agree. I think Newton would be a little bit of a reach here. That would be a little panicky.
If I'm a Cowboys fan, don't get frustrated by what just happened. Don't get frustrated by what just happened. Pluex, that is confirmed that it's Newton. That is a terrible pick if it is. I think Josh Newton is the wrong pick for the Packers. I think that's a reach just based on what his pre-draft grade is. Really interesting. I know that they need to go corner, not the corner I expected them to go with. So,
Yeah, I don't even
no,
know that
Jordan,
first round pick on him.
Brent. We're waiting on folks from the chat who are telling us based on everything else. Brian, Texas, yeah, Kirk Cousins is pissed.
As he should be.
Waiting on the Packers to announce their pick.
If they did grab Newton, I think they scrambled.
Someone's now saying Jordan Morgan is the pick that they're making. Brent is saying Jordan Morgan is the pick that they're making. That would be an interesting one. Going back to the offensive line, Jordan Morgan is a tackle out of Arizona. I'd be okay with that. Johnny Newton is a defensive tackle out of Illinois. Got it, El Pinche. That said, I'd be better with the offensive tackle than I would with the defensive lineman. So I'd rather go in that direction if I am the Packers. But personally, I still think corner is the number one position they need to focus on.
Well, the Packers do a great job at developing offensive linemen too. So if they're going to grab an offensive lineman, it's the right place to go to, and protecting Jordan Love, and it's never a bad thing.
Pluex, I completely agree with you. I don't understand what the Falcons were doing, what their thought process was. Didn't make sense. What did Dallas get for trading down? Not quite sure. I'm assuming it was a swap of first rounds and then a couple of extra picks mixed in. But Brian, Texas, we haven't gotten the details on that trade just yet. Packers pick is in and has been in for a couple minutes now. So unfortunately, the NFL is slowing us down a little bit. Just hoping to catch some of our momentum. Jorge, do I like the Dolphins pick? I personally am not crazy about it. I think Lope, our resident Dolphins fan, probably likes it a little bit more than me. I'm a little disappointed in it. I think he's got a lot of talent, but just not crazy about it. Pluex is saying it's Jordan Morgan. Let's see if that's right.
With the 25th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers and hosts for the 2025 NFL Draft select Jordan Morgan, tackle, Arizona.
Interesting.
Flashy, but it's solid.
It's not flashy, but it's solid. Yeah, Lope, I think you said that one correctly. Not flashy, but solid. Definitely a move that makes sense given where they're trying to just build around Jordan Love. Not one of my favorite picks, but certainly one that makes sense. Just shore up that offensive line. Protect Jordan Love at all costs. Make sure you move on from Bakhtiari. Obviously, Bakhtiari was out most of last year. But you get an offensive tackle. Don't hate this pick, but it also is a reflection on offensive tackle has been a very popular position throughout this evening. And you're kind of getting to the bottom of the barrel a little bit. Not in terms of the overall class, but in terms of the elite talent at the position.
Absolutely. And I do think they were in a little bit of a scramble mode because I think Arnold was probably who they had their eye on, but they obviously like the tackle. They're going to go there. You can't hate on it. Buccaneers are next now. This should be interesting.
People are now getting ahead of us, and they're letting us know who's being selected ahead of time. I don't know if I actually love that or not. Pluex, I appreciate you doing it. at the same time, I'm actually not crazy about it. It takes away some of the excitement and the thrill for us. So you don't need to. Pluex, you can if you want. Feel free. You can write it in. You cannot. But to me, it doesn't matter either way. Paul, Falcons are the dumbest team in the league. Can't disagree with that one right now. I do not understand what they're thinking. I think this is a massive mistake overall. I think Michael Penix Jr., uber talented. I really like Michael Penix Jr. What the hell are you doing drafting him at number 8? I don't get that. I think that's an absolute reach. I think this is a big mistake by the Falcons, and I think it's one that they're going to be regretting. And Jay, not only do they have Kirk Cousins, they didn't tell Kirk Cousins what they were doing, so this gets worse and worse by the moment. They get off on the wrong foot with Kirk Cousins. You don't add a talent that can make your roster better this year, so you don't take a step forward. You kind of literally is like investing in a substitute teacher after you just hired a top professor. Like, I don't understand what you're doing here. But the Falcons are going to Falcon. That's just what they're going to do. And it seems like they found a way to be the one team right now that we're all going to give a failing grade to. I feel like a lot of people right now are like, oh, overall, most teams have done a pretty good job or did what we expected them to do. The Falcons are right now the only team where we're like, what the hell are they thinking? Like, literally, what are they doing? Makes no sense to me. No sense.
Yeah, a huge point in just messing up the chemistry for a team that I think even Vegas had favored to win the NFC South, or at least a lot boosted with Kirk Cousins. And to make him angry and do something like that, it sets the team on the wrong foot. So
Jay's asking about how I feel about Byron Murphy going to the Seahawks. I love the pick. Seahawks have committed a lot of draft capital over the last few years to the linebacking position and specifically towards defensive backs, corners specifically. I love that they went and addressed the defensive line. They have a defensive-minded head coach, the former defensive coordinator of the Ravens. They are going to be a defensive-focused team. I think they are going to be almost like they were in the Dan Quinn era, when Pete Carroll was there, obviously Dan Quinn is DC. The Legion of Boom. They're going to be physical on defense. On offense, they're just going to try to limit their mistakes. They obviously have talent at the wide receiver position, but to me, Seahawks are in a good spot without knowing what the future is at quarterback. Is Geno Smith the guy long term? No, but you're building all the right core established pieces to be able to have this team be successful for many, many, many years to come. So for a lot of reasons, I just like what the Seahawks did. What do you think, Lope?
absolutely. They seem to know what they're doing. They're trying to bring back the old days of the Legion of Boom. They know how to develop over there. I thought it was a solid pick.
Yeah, really like what I'm seeing so far from the Seahawks. Feel like they had a really good draft. I mentioned this before. I love this draft because this isn't a stupid one. This feels like teams took the right player. Teams took the right position. Teams didn't overreach. We're talking about the Falcons as much as we are because this isn't a wild draft so far. This has been a pretty predictable draft. So I really like what I'm seeing. By the way, Asshat. Haven't seen Asshat in a while. One of our loyal viewers from fantasy football season. Yeah, Michael Penix Jr. is definitely the surprise of this draft for everybody. That's the one we're going to be talking about for many, many months to come.
You just can't defend it unless Penix is going to turn out to be some Hall of Fame star. It just doesn't make any sense. He's not going to help you for this year, maybe even a couple years.
What's funny is before they signed Kirk Cousins, I was like, oh, I actually really like Michael Penix Jr. in Atlanta. For the same reasons I liked Michael Penix Jr. in Minnesota. They have wide receiver talent, so it would immediately allow him to step into an offense in which he could take off. That said, once you sign Kirk Cousins, I thought that closed the door on them drafting a quarterback. I don't get this one. Doesn't make sense to me. It's a huge head scratcher. The Atlanta Falcons, why?
I'm trying to find ways to defend it or to make sense of it, any of it, or to come up with any case for him, and I just can't come up with anything. The only thing I could think of is if there was a setback in Kirk Cousins' recovery, but like you said, if that's the case, there's bigger issues for sure.
By the way, for those that are curious about how the draft is going in terms of time and everything else, we've now hit that point where the pick is in for the Bucks, but it's not going as fast as we would like, simply because I think the NFL knows it's trying to get to midnight, make this TV event go in terms of the 4-hour scheduled programming that they had. We've been live for about 3 hours and 20 minutes. Let's see what the pick is now.
The 26th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Graham Barton, center, Duke.
And I was wondering if the
He is the 19th offensive player to be taken tonight. That ties a record.
So as you just heard in the TV broadcast, 19th offensive player drafted tonight. That ties the all-time record for most offensive players drafted in a first round. So we're going to break that because there is going to be a wide receiver drafted. I'll say this. The Buffalo Bills are winning right now. The Buffalo Bills are winning because, yeah, they probably would have liked Brian Thomas to fall in their laps, but the fact that the Bills are going to get a wide receiver and they're not going to need to trade up. The Cardinals are on the clock right now. Cardinals could go back-to-back on wide receivers and have a lot of fun with that combination. You pair two wide receivers, then with Trey McBride. That's a nice tandem of pass catchers for Kyler Murray. So a lot of reasons to like it. Brian, Texas, 4 hours for one round is ridiculous. Welcome to the first night of the NFL Draft. I knew what I was getting into when I told you guys I was going to go live. And yes, we have been live the entire time from 7:30 until now, so we have been crushing it the entire time. But Cardinals on the clock. Where do you see the Cardinals going, Lope?
wide receiver, like you said. If you do that, you set up Kyler Murray and go, hey, no excuses. You got to get it done now. You got to get, or we'll start looking around the road. But they have so many picks that they could go in a lot of different directions here.
Cardinals have made their selection. The pick is in. We'll see how quickly Commissioner Goodell turns this one around and actually walks out there. But the Cardinals, they're going to come away from this draft. Oh, here we go.
27th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. The Arizona Cardinals select Darius Robinson, defensive tackle, Missouri.
Darius Robinson in the green room with his family. Head coach Eli Draper.
So Darius Robinson listed as an edge rusher where we have him. They mention him as a defensive tackle by Goodell. Interesting pick. I don't have a problem with this one. Cardinals go offensive with their first pick, go defensive with their second. So not a bad idea. Like this one, it's just another pass rusher. They certainly could use that. Plenty of reason to believe that they need that. But, okay, I'm not like over the moon about it. Lope, what's your reaction?
When you have as many picks as the Cardinals do have, you don't want to take a huge flyer, but you can go pretty much as best available or top on your board. They must have really seen something that stood out from it. Robinson for sure.
Certainly a good pick. This isn't one I'm hating on, so I'm not gonna hate on it. What pick are they on? Number 28. The Buffalo Bills are next up at number 28. So overall, this isn't a pick that I dislike. It's just it's one of those where you go, oh, okay. That's a solid pick. I'm not crazy about it. He's a talented player. It just doesn't get me really excited. It's a good play. It's not a franchise-changing move. It's not out of the ordinary. It's a good pick. Now, going really quick back to the Graham Barton pick, kind of curious about this one. I know the Bucs need interior line help, but frankly, not where I thought they were going to go. I'm not as high on Graham Barton as some others are. I think Graham Barton might have been a bit of a reach here in the first round. Thought he was more of a second-round level talent, so I'm a little surprised by that. This is, to me, more about the Buccaneers needing an offensive lineman, and so they might have reached to get the position that they needed as opposed to taking the best available player on the board. But Buccaneers go center, Cardinals go edge rusher with Darius Robinson. We've only had one wide receiver go in the last 14, 15, 16 picks It has been a long time. Only Brian Robinson's gone. Only 4 wide receivers off the board. We were talking about this being a wide receiver first round. Only 4 off the board so far. So the Buffalo Bills, you are on the clock. You obviously need to replace Stephon Diggs. Where do the Bills go? Feels like they're going to go in a wide receiver direction. Giuseppe, did you like the Eagles pick? Love the Eagles pick. I actually think of the last 6 picks, I think the Eagles and the Lions did the best, getting the 2 best cornerbacks off the board. Quinion Mitchell, great pick for the Eagles. They needed to address the defensive back position. They do that with arguably the best corner. Love what the Lions did. They trade ahead of the Packers to get Terrion Arnold. Love that pick. 2 top corners off the board. Lope, of the last 10 picks or so, give me a pick that you really liked.
I think the Lions had the best one. I know they had to give up a little bit, but...
Wait, breaking news. Buffalo Bills have traded their pick. Bills have traded their pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. Unfreaking believable. Why would the Bills trade to the Chiefs? Why? Why would you do that?
The last time they did...
Yeah. Last time they did that, it was Patrick Mahomes.
Wow, I wonder what the Chiefs want. Is this Xavier?
This is a wide receiver. This is a wide receiver.
Is this Xavier worthy?
I have to believe that the Chiefs are trading up to get a wide receiver. I just don't understand, why are the Buffalo Bills trading back? Like, okay, you're getting additional draft capital. I guess I understand. But why are you trading with the Chiefs? It feels like it's Xavier worthy. It feels like it's going to be a wide receiver. Feels like an obvious one. I am shocked. I am stunned. El Pinche, I think it's Xavier worthy too. Look, the Chiefs were gushing about him at the Combine. Literally, Patrick Mahomes reached out and said, I want Xavier Worthy as my wide receiver. This would make a lot of sense to me. Rashee Rice, he's going to be suspended for at least a month, if not more. So you feel like wide receiver is the position. Xavier Worthy feels like the right player. Buffalo Bills, did you not learn your lesson? Why are you trading within your conference? Why are you helping the Kansas City Chiefs get stronger? I do not understand this. Look, Buffalo Bills, you do not have the luxury of allowing the Chiefs to get better because you're not as talented as you were a few years ago. I think this is a massive, massive mistake by the Buffalo Bills. No matter what the Chiefs do with it, I think it was a mistake. You want to trade back with any other team, I'm okay with it. You want to trade within your division, I'm okay with it. I think the number one threat to the Bills right now, making it anywhere, are the Kansas City Chiefs. Because as long as the Chiefs are good, the Bills will not be able to get past them. So I do not get this move whatsoever. Lope, am I wrong?
No, you're not. The Bills are chasing the Chiefs, and they need a wide receiver too. So this doesn't make much sense. I'm seeing some rumors they're not even getting that much. It's a bunch of pick swaps. This is crazy. But Stupid. I'll say it as many times as I have to, but this is not a good call. I think this is a terrible, terrible move by the Buffalo Bills. I just do not understand. Xavier Worthy, he's got those Tyreek Hill kind of qualities that Patrick Mahomes knew. They needed an over-the-top speed burner. Mahomes can throw it as far as you need him to. This could be really good for the Chiefs.
Crazy. Bills are spiraling downward. I think the Bills, a lot of people told me the Bills window was closing a couple years ago, and I was like, no, they got plenty of time. What are you talking about? Josh Allen, like they're good. You know what? People might have been right and I might have been wrong. This is one in which I feel like the Bills, I just don't understand what the strategy is. I don't understand what they're trying to accomplish. And worse, do you know who your true enemy is? Buffalo. Do you know who the real threat is? Like, do a SWOT analysis. Who is going to keep you from the Super Bowl? Kansas City Chiefs are as good as any team out there, and you're trying to overcome them, and yet you're giving them the opportunity to get better? Hate it. Hate it. Hate it. They are getting a third rounder. Okay, is that going to make the difference? I don't know. I'm not about it. I'm not about it at all.
No, they would have traded with another team, I might agree with it. But the Chiefs, you can't trade there. You're right. Especially giving them a wide receiver, which is the Chiefs' big hole, and the only way they were going to be able to fix it was through the draft.
There have been some head scratchers around tonight, but
I hate this more than I do the Falcons now.
and the Kansas City Chiefs are only going to make life harder for other people right now. I mean, like,
no, this is a huge gift for the Chiefs. I mean, Mahomes is going to elevate any wide receiver, and you give him a speed burner and over the top guy. That's exactly what.
So the Bills get a 3rd round pick. You're really the Bills are just moving up from the 3rd round to the 4th round. That's it. They're swapping 7th round picks. They're swapping 1st round picks, and instead of picking in the 4th round, they pick in the 3rd. Chiefs won the trade. Chiefs won the trade. Stupid by the Buffalo Bills.
Absolutely. Especially since the Bills are still in need of a wide receiver.
I hate what the Buffalo Bills just did. Let's listen to the Kansas City Chiefs pick.
The NFL is proud to support the life-changing wishes that Make-A-Wish grants. One important wish was requested by a young man by the name of Justin Laverne, who was diagnosed with renal failure at age 15 and received a kidney transplant from his father just last year. Justin's love for football and the Chiefs got him through those treatments. Please welcome Justin to the stage, whose wish is to announce the 1st round draft pick for his beloved Kansas City Chiefs. I'd like all of you to join me in cheering on Justin as his wish comes true. The floor is yours, Justin. Go get him, man.
The Buffalo Bills have traded the 28th pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. With the 28th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the back-to-back Super Bowl champions Kansas City Chiefs select Xavier Worthy.
I can't believe this.
Nick was all over that one.
I cannot believe the Buffalo Bills just gave the Kansas City Chiefs the wide receiver that they told the world that they wanted. The Kansas City Chiefs told the world, we want the fastest guy on the frickin' field. We want the guy who set the record in the 40 at the Combine. We want the next Tyreek Hill. Patrick Mahomes came out on social media and said, that's the guy I want. And the fact that not only do they get Xavier Worthy, but the way they get him is through the Buffalo Bills trading their pick to get him. Buffalo, you're a frickin' joke. The Bills are a joke. You gotta be clowning me. That makes no sense. That is like in baseball, if the Padres traded an opportunity to the Dodgers. That like it is like the Michigan Wolverines giving a potential recruit to the Ohio State Buckeyes. Like, Buffalo, do you understand where the conference runs through? It runs through Arrowhead. It runs through Kansas City. As long as Patrick Mahomes can continue to put up points at an ungodly rate until you're able to stop him, he will continue to win Super Bowls. Xavier Worthy, with Patrick Mahomes throwing him the ball, is so dynamic. I understand there might be some Kadarius Toney in his game because maybe he doesn't catch every pass. Maybe he's more speed, a little bit more sizzle than steak. I don't frickin' care. This dude can get open in a phone booth. He has blazing speed, and you just gave him to Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid? You gotta be frickin' kidding me. Failing grade Buffalo Bills, like as bad as the Atlanta Falcons were, at least the Atlanta Falcons didn't make the Saints better. At least the Atlanta Falcons didn't make the Buccaneers better. The Atlanta Falcons, they didn't get better, but at least they didn't make their competition better. They just kind of stayed at the same level. The Bills just made the Chiefs a better team. The Bills just helped the Chiefs get that much closer to a three-peat. What the hell are you doing? What the hell are the Buffalo Bills doing? What a joke of a franchise. What a joke. Don't understand it. Don't understand it. And the only reason I'm reacting this way is because I want anybody else to win right now. Nothing against the Chiefs, by the way. I love the Chiefs. Chiefs are an entertaining team. I just want parity in the NFL. I don't want a team winning every single year. What the hell are you doing, Buffalo? What are you doing? You need a wide receiver. You just traded Stephon Diggs. You need a wide receiver. Great. You just gave away the opportunity to draft a wide receiver to one of your rivals in the conference. Brah frickin' oh. Stupid. Stupid. Loeb, what are your thoughts?
Well, first off, I think you were talking about all the sports shows. We're going to have the Falcons, and what are they doing on the start of the talk, water cooler talk? No, that is...
No. We're still going to talk about Michael Penix Jr. first, but this is a close second, right?
I think this one takes the cake. I don't know what the Bills were thinking. They just...
Here, Cowboys are about to select, so let's watch Cowboys.
With the 29th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Guyton, tackle, Oklahoma.
Okay, this is what I'll say really quick on the Cowboys. I love this pick. We were talking about the Cowboys when they traded with the Lions at 24, and I said at the time they should take Tyler Guyton, tackle out of Oklahoma. Not only do they get the guy we thought they should draft, they got an extra pick, they trade down. This is a great move by the Cowboys. I know Cowboys fans are probably disappointed. I know a lot of people were ragging on them a moment ago when they traded the pick to the Lions at 24. This is a good move. This is a good move. You get the very tackle you would have drafted at 24, but instead you acquire some more draft capital. I actually think the Cowboys did a good job here, so no problem with that. But just getting back to the Bills really quick, I think you could say the Falcons made the dumbest move of I think the three losers of the draft right now, the three teams that to me didn't make good picks, are the Falcons, are the Raiders. Not because I don't like Brock Bowers, I just don't understand the pick. I think there were other positions of need. And to me, the Buffalo Bills. Those are the three teams where it's like, what the hell are you doing? So I have no problem with the Cowboys. Cowboys got the tackle that they needed. They just trade back to do it. So I actually think it's a good move, but I really don't like what the Falcons did. Michael Penix Jr. at 8 makes no sense. I don't like what the Raiders did. You got a tight end last year out of Notre Dame. You're doubling up on tight end in back-to-back drafts. Makes no sense to me. And the Buffalo Bills could still draft a wide receiver at 32, and it still, to me, wouldn't justify allowing the Chiefs to get the wide receiver they wanted. How do you allow your opponent to get better? How do you do that? I just don't get it. I think it's really, really stupid. So what are my thoughts on Jordan Morgan? For the Packers, I think Jose brought it up a moment ago. Terry and Arnold, I think they wanted the cornerback. I think when the Lions jumped up to get the cornerback, I think the Packers were kind of scrambling. Not a terrible pick, but I don't think the Packers got the best possible position, got the best possible player they could. But the Bills allowing the Chiefs to get Worthy is one of the stories of this draft. So, by the way, Pat Sox, I love Keon Coleman. I would love for the Patriots to draft him. Keon Coleman is my favorite wide receiver in this draft. He's not the most talented. He doesn't deserve necessarily to go in the first round. But Keon Coleman is a dog. Keon Coleman fights for every ball. I love watching him play. I'm a big Keon Coleman guy, so very much about it. El Pinche, I don't think the Texans should be trading up. I think it's very smart that the Texans are staying where they are, just allowing the draft to kind of play out. Pluex, brilliant move by the Chiefs. Brilliant move. Chiefs won the draft in their own way. They got better at a position of need. They didn't give up that much for it. They literally go from the third round to the fourth round. Easy. Not a big deal. I think the Chiefs did a great job. The rich get richer. I said it at the start of the draft. I said it throughout the draft. The rich get richer. Stupid. Stupid.
Absolute win for the Chiefs. It's April 25th. For everybody else, it's December 25th in Kansas City, because the only way they were going to get a better receiver was through the draft. They get the one they want. They get the one Mahomes wants. Andy Reid's worked with Deshaun Jackson, Tyreek Hill. He knows these smaller, fast receivers and how to get them open. Mahomes can throw it as far as he can run. So watch out. You're going to have to keep 2 safeties back and a couple people on him. So
now, do I think he's worthy of a, pun intended, do I think worthy is worthy of a fantasy pick? Probably not, because I don't think he is good enough yet. But here's my point. The fact that we even talk about that, or the fact that that's even on our radar, tells you that soon enough he will be. Maybe not in year 1, but in year 2, 3, 4. Too much speed to pair with Patrick Mahomes. It's just not fair. What the hell are you doing, Buffalo Bills? What the hell are you doing? One of the dumbest things I have seen in a long time. So stupid. Patrick Mahomes is going to make him look so freaking good.
And also, you can use him with the new kickoff rules and returns. You can put him back there and have him return kicks. He did that at Texas.
So you just gave a team that knows how to use speed as well as anybody in the NFL the fastest player in the history of the NFL. What the hell is going on? Commissioners coming up for the Ravens pick. Let's listen in.
With the 30th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Nate Wiggins, defensive back, Clemson.
And so they take Nate Wiggins.
This is a smart pick. Ravens, I thought they could have addressed the offensive line. I thought they could have addressed wide receiver. But ultimately, really smart. Getting another defensive back, getting another corner. I really like this, in part because the Ravens know how they lost the last few years, and it's just by being beaten through the air by Patrick Mahomes. So the Ravens get smart. Really like that. Think the Ravens did a good job. What's your reaction, Lope?
No, I really like this. This is, as we said, these defensive players are going to slide and people are going to be happy. This is a guy was probably a top 20 pick going at 30. This is a win. It's definitely a need. They shore up the cornerbacks, and they do the opposite of the Bills. They start getting people to defend themselves against Patrick Mahomes, who they're going to have to beat potentially in the playoffs. So the Ravens are pretty solid in the draft. I trust that they've done the research here. This feels like a good pick to me.
The last couple of picks, I really actually like. Chiefs going Xavier Worthy, really smart. Cowboys going Tyler Guyton, really smart. Ravens going Nate Wiggins, really smart. I think this has been a really good draft. I've mentioned this throughout the evening. I think we've seen a lot of teams go after players and positions that really fit who they are. And the reason we're calling out the Bills, the reason we're calling out the Falcons, the reason we're calling out the Raiders and a few other teams is because in a draft that has gone really, really well, that's been really smart, that's gone kind of according to the script, the ones that kind of went outside the boundaries, I don't think they've done anything too smart. I think they did things where it ended up, we more were scratching our head than going, oh, that's brilliant. So I think the big losers right now are the Falcons, are the Raiders, and are the Buffalo Bills. I'll say the big winners of the night right now are the Bears, are the Vikings. I actually think the Cowboys did a great job with the pick they made. I'm not going to necessarily call them a winner. But I think a number of teams did really well. Look, I think the Chargers' Joe Alt is a great pick. I think once you get the best lineman in the draft, I think that's going to help everything around you. So I think there are certain picks that are more obvious than others in terms of a home run. But I think this has been a smart draft so far. I just don't understand with the Buffalo Bills and the Atlanta Falcons. Like, what are you doing? What are you trying to win? Are you trying to win a Super Bowl? Are you trying to do that? Because if you're not, great, that's cool. But let's just relegate you to the D list. I don't get it. Who do you think the 49ers pick? Kind of an interesting spot for the 49ers. Personally, if I were them, I might look towards wide receiver because then it makes it easier to move on from Brandon Ayuk. You can organize a trade with the Patriots, get that 34th overall pick or 35th overall pick, whatever it is, and make that move. So kind of interesting, but yeah. Sorry, what about Pittsburgh Steelers? So the Steelers went with a guard. I actually like what the Steelers did. It's not sexy, but it's a smart pick. They're getting greater protection for their quarterback, building in the trenches. So Steelers made a good move. It just wasn't sexy. There are a couple of teams who did that. The Cowboys, the Steelers, the Bengals. They didn't make sexy picks, but they made picks I think we're all going to be really, really pleased with and go, yep, they actually did pretty well. Diego, thoughts on the Commanders draft night? Look, the Commanders didn't fuck it up. I thought the Commanders had a chance to fuck it up. And the important thing for the Commanders was don't fuck it up. Don't draft J.J. McCarthy, a.k.a. Mitch Trubisky. Don't overthink this. Jaden Daniels is the second best quarterback on the board. You could even argue he's better than Caleb Williams, potentially. And if that's the case, draft him and just call yourselves a Thursday night winner. So that's what I think. Steve TX, I won my fantasy league last year because of you. Keep up the good work. Certainly appreciate that. Love seeing you on the show. And it was a 2K win. Very happy to hear about that. Okay. The Bills are one of my big losers of the night. And really, it's not just about the fact that the Bills made a bad decision. It's a reflection on the leadership within the front office. Like, what are you doing, Bills? What's the game plan? You traded Stephon Diggs and you didn't get that much value back. So clearly that wasn't about we were getting a great deal. It was about moving on from a player. So fine, you have the opportunity to draft his replacement, and instead you let the Chiefs do that. The Chiefs get the fastest player in the entire draft. Patrick Mahomes is gushing about him. For so many reasons, I am beyond perplexed as to what the Buffalo Bills just did. So freaking stupid. I am just flabbergasted. But you know what? The Bills are going to get what the Bills are going to get.
Yeah. They got an uphill battle, and they just made it a little bit taller or harder. It just doesn't make any sense. We'll see what they grab here after the 49ers. But
do I think the Giants should have gone with a quarterback? No, I don't. I think the Giants would have just been in another kind of turnstile situation with quarterback play. I think it's better that they got a number one wide receiver. If nothing else, they'll still have their ups and downs this year, but they'll have a piece to build around for the future. But I don't think the difference between J.J. McCarthy and Daniel Jones is that big. Hope you guys have been enjoying our show all night. If you are, make sure you hit the follow button. Make sure that you are a member of this amazing community of sports fans that comes together every single day to talk sports. We will be live at 5 p.m. on Friday. 5 p.m. on Friday for NFL picks. For MLB, NHL, and NBA picks. We'll talk some draft as well. 49ers are next on the clock as we're expecting the commissioner to come out any second. He is making his way as the 49ers are the 31st pick. Just 2 more picks to go, everybody. We are almost done with our draft coverage.
Yeah. He said keep the music going. They're dancing over there, stage left.
With the 31st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver, Florida.
Ricky Pearsall started his career at Arizona State catching passes from Jaden Daniels.
All right, this is an interesting one for me. This is a bit of a reach. This is not who I expected them to take. I thought that he would go in the second round. Really surprised by this one. 49ers clearly see something here. Not what I thought they would do at all. I'm not surprised they went wide receiver. I'm surprised that they went Pearsall. I thought they'd go wide receiver, as I mentioned, because I think they're going to move on from Brandon Ayuk. There's even talk about them moving on from Deebo Samuel. But this wasn't the guy I thought they were going to go for. So it's not that I don't like it. It's that I'm kind of surprised he's the guy. Now, he's got some Wes Welker in him. He's got some Edelman in him. He's got some shiftiness in the slot. He's a little bit bigger at times or plays a little bit bigger. He can handle a hit over the middle. I like him as a player, but again, just not who I expected. Again, kind of compare him to some of those guys I just named, an Edelman, Wes Welker. So that kind of gives you a sense of his size, his speed, his overall ability. But those guys I just mentioned, they're not first-round picks. By the way, we have a trade alert. The Bills have traded the pick again. The Bills have traded the pick again to Carolina, so Carolina is moving up to 32. The Bills are moving back to 33. The Buffalo Bills will not be drafting in the first round of this year's draft as they have traded out of number 32.
Are they just trading back to the 33?
They are trading back. I'm assuming they're getting more than that. They're not just giving up the one spot. They're going to acquire some capital as well. But the Panthers are going to be on the clock for the final pick of the first round. So clearly the Bills are saying to themselves, we can continue to get wide receivers in the second round. We're going to add more draft capital. I'll put it this way. I don't have a problem with this trade. If you're trading back the first time, I'm fine trading back again because then it's just about acquiring as much draft capital as you can. But I just didn't get it. I'll put it this way. You want to trade to the Panthers? Fine. Totally cool. Have no problem with it. There should be a rule in the NFL right now. Do not trade with the Kansas City Chiefs. Do not let the Chiefs get better. Do not help the Chiefs get talent that makes them better. That should be a rule. For years, I was always like, why would teams trade with the Patriots? Why would you allow Bill Belichick and Tom Brady to get better? Now we're in the era of the Chiefs. We're in the era of that dynasty. Why would you allow Patrick Mahomes to get a talent that he wants? Why would you allow Andy Reid to get talent that he wants? Makes no sense to me. But trading to the Panthers, knock yourself out. You could do that all day. So the Bills acquiring more draft talent, I get. I just don't understand why they made the trade with the Chiefs at number 28 that they did. That's the one that's questionable for me.
Yeah, no, it doesn't make too much sense. It looks like the Bills at least traded back one spot. We'll see what else they got with that. I'm not sure what the Panthers are thinking here. They must have had a high grade on somebody to move up one.
Archer, do I like the Giants pick? Yes, I do. I think you could argue Malik Neighbors is the best wide receiver in the draft. I don't think he is. I think it's Marvin Harrison Jr. But the fact you can make that argument tells you all you need to know. I thought it was a great pick by the Giants, so I really do like it. So they get Man, this is the second trade that the Bills have made, and both are the same, which is they're just moving up around. They're doing a pick swap. I don't get this. I don't get this at all. I don't get this at all.
The Bills are playing against themselves or something. I don't know.
The Bills are making the kind of moves that you make when you just came off a Super Bowl. When you're not in a chaotic period of time. The Bills are acting like they aren't going through tremendous turmoil, and in so many ways they are. They've just cut half of their defensive star power. They just traded their star wide receiver. The Bills are in a moment of transition, and the way they're behaving is like they're only one or two roster spots away. They are so far away from where they need to be. I don't get this move at all. I don't understand this. This is a major head scratcher for me. So, fine. I mean, the Panthers get the opportunity to make this last pick of the night. But Buffalo, you're going to have to explain this in the light of day on Friday morning because I don't get this one. I'm really surprised by it. Let's see what the Panthers have for their first and what is the last pick of the first round tonight. Before they come up, just want to give a big shout out to all of those who have been watching the show tonight. We have been live since 7:30. You guys have been great. Appreciate you guys being with us. Let's check out the last pick of the night from Roger Goodell for the Carolina Panthers.
From it here.
The Buffalo Bills have traded the 32nd pick to the Carolina Panthers. With the 32nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Xavier Leggett. Wide receiver, South Carolina.
Wow. Okay, so I thought Xavier Leggett was one of the better wide receivers in this draft who was going to go in that second tier. Buffalo Bills, I don't get what you're doing. I don't get it. You just allowed two teams to trade up and get one of the wide receivers that I thought you should have gotten. I don't understand this one at all. I don't understand this one at all. I don't get it. Now, I think it's a good move for the Carolina Panthers. I think the Panthers could have used Leggett. I think that's a good pick. He has got wide receiver 1 talent. But Buffalo Bills, are you like allergic to taking a number 1 wide receiver? Are you actively trying to show everyone you can do this without a number 1? Because the draft capital you just acquired, I don't think is worth it. Xavier Worthy would have been better. Xavier Leggett would have been better. I don't understand it. Lope, explain it to me, buddy.
I can't. To trade, like you said, to not only trade back twice, but for the other team to come up and grab wide receivers, unless they have a high grade on the Florida State wide receiver, Deion Coleman or something, I don't understand it.
Someone's going to have to explain this one to me with small words and big pictures, because I must not be smart enough. I don't get this one. Look, if Buffalo's trading for T. Higgins, I get it. If Buffalo's trading for Brandon Ayuk, I get it. But I don't understand this. I don't understand what Buffalo just did. I think it's really stupid. I'm shocked by it. But with that said, we're going to have to talk about it tomorrow, guys, because that has been 4.5 hours of coverage. We made it through the first round of the NFL draft. I want to give a big shout out to our co-host, Jose Lopez. Thanks, Lope, for joining the show, bringing a lot of great insight and making the last hour and a half, 2 hours go a little bit faster, made it easier talking to someone rather than just talking myself. Appreciate you.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
And to all of our viewers who watch throughout the show on TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, Kick, it has been awesome. We only get to do this once a year. It's a special, special night. I hope you enjoyed every single second of it. I cannot wait to talk reactions with you guys tomorrow. I'm actually going to post a reaction video up on TikTok right now. So guys, make sure you join us 5 p.m. tomorrow, everyone. We'll do our regular show where we talk fantasy sports, sports betting, and rant about what's going on in the sports world. 5 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. We will be live doing that. Until then, I hope you guys have had a wonderful evening. Hit that follow button, everybody. Make sure you follow. Make sure you join us tomorrow at 5. And make sure you're with us every time we go live. Big shout out to everyone behind the scenes who made it happen. Hope you guys loved it. Hope you guys stay healthy, stay safe. And I will catch you guys tomorrow at 5. Have a great night, everyone, and thanks for joining us. Goodbye, everybody.